Well, hello and welcome back to Hangar 51. Let's see who's in the room tonight. Chuck G, welcome to the show. You're first in the room tonight. We got 7 lurkers, 3 likes already, 9. All right, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Brian, Shadow, good to see you, man. They haven't killed me yet. Not yet. Hey, Paul, Troy, good to see you guys. What's up? What's up? I don't know. What's up with you guys? Any of you getting to go flying? We're not closed here, as far as the flying field, so I go flying every weekend. I got too much going on during the week. Rich, good to see you, man. How you doing? Hey, Stinger. Randy, good to see you, man. Yep, staying safe, Chuck. Yep. Nope, they haven't killed me yet. GB, what's up? Or should I call you Garth? Hey, I'm a Garth Brooks fan, by the way, so it wasn't me giving you shit about being a Garth Brooks fan. I just was surprised that you used GB for Garth Brooks. That surprised me, but whatever. But I'm a Garth Brooks fan, so no bad mojo here. Hey, Mike, good to see you, man. Yeah, yeah, bought a micro car instead of a plane. Yeah. Oh, awesome, TNRC. The Husky and the tractor. 2 planes I want. Both of those are on my list. Dennis Farley, good to see you, man. Hey, Jerry, what's up? Look at all you guys jumping in the room tonight. So I got my Hobby King plane back on the table. I thought I'd finish up on my review. So I flew it under very windy conditions, and it flew fantastic. Um, Needed one modification. The nose wheel's too small for grass ops. It's a 1 inch wheel, and went to a 1 inch, 1 and a quarter inch tail wheel actually for like a big gasser. I put that on the front, and that cured it. It gave me a little positive attitude for the wing for takeoff, easier takeoff, and it stopped cutting the grass. So I put a 1 inch, 1 and a quarter inch nose wheel on. It's the only thing I changed, and she flies really good. Good flying airplane. Um, Penetrates the wind really well. Did a really good job. Um, yeah, Dennis, I definitely want to get a Husky. I like the plane a lot. They're out of stock with them right now. Who knows when they're going to get them in? Lag time tonight? I don't know. How bad is it? Let's try something. Let's do a little test. Okay, I'm going to type a number. When you see the number, type it back. Wow. Okay, Troy, there you go. So, that's about a good 45 seconds. on the lag. So yeah, we're lagging a little bit, guys. Um, the only thing I can think of is just because of how busy the internet is. Because I haven't got anything open again tonight. Everything's good, so we should be good. Um, Not much I can do about the 45 seconds, but that's not horrible. Yeah, I know my lag is always 30 to 40 seconds anyway, so it has to be my internet provider. Um, I may try a different computer next week. Um, the wife's got a newer Windows 10 laptop than the one I'm using here. I may give that a shot to see if it's any better. Right. So the chat, apparently the chat's quicker than the actual stream. So yeah, Wild Bill. As a matter of fact, I burnt a shitload of trees again today, making good progress. We've got 7 of them cut down, uh, 1 completely burnt, 3 everything burnt but the long stump, the major tree. All the limbs are gone. Um, 2 more where most of the limbs are gone. So I still have 3 untouched. As far as no, I take that back. I think there's only. Oh no, there is 3. There's 1, 2. Yeah, there's 2 little ones. The one other. Yeah, so there's 3 I haven't had a chance to start cutting up yet, but they're cut down. I just have to start cutting them up. And the 3 those 3 are all small trees, so they'll cut up fast. Um, yeah, so I think we're gonna be tomorrow. I should be able to get all 3 of those trees burnt. So we'll be doing good. It should look good tomorrow. Then I can start working on the last 5 trees. Get those down and get them all taken care of next week, and that should be good. We should have the property cleared for the garage. So, and I got some more pictures to do, and I'll take some more tomorrow and next week. And then I'm going to put them in a slideshow. So maybe by next week's show, I'll have a complete slideshow from all the trees up to all the trees down. We'll try that and see. Um, yeah, Lumberjack Kenny. I feel like it. I'm wearing my chainsaw out. Jesus. But yeah, a lot of a buddy of mine just told me today that it cost him $600 to have a limb removed from one of his trees. Just a limb. It was a big limb. I mean, it was huge, but still, $600 for somebody to come out and cut a limb down and then cut it up. Wow. Can you imagine what they would charge me to drop 12 trees? Yikes. So yeah, I'm glad I decided to do this myself. That would have killed me. The gun show. Jeff's Custom. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, man? George Watts. Good to see you. Pterodactyl. Wild Bill. What else? Who? Oh, a Harry Funder White. Funder White. Hey, Harry. Welcome to the show. Haven't seen you here before. Good to see you, man. Let's who else is here? So Jeff, I hear. Oh no, you're not in Georgia, are you? No, you're up in where? Tennessee or Carolina? Where are you? I forget where you are. You're not in Georgia though, right? Oh, so you're gonna break in the motor on your nitro truck tomorrow, huh? Well, that's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little surface stuff tonight. I want to show you guys a couple of cool cars I have, surface stuff. This is toy grade stuff, but it's very cool. So I'll get to that in a little bit. I just wanted to talk a little bit more about this first. So yeah, there's the new. It's only a quarter-inch bigger, but it made a big difference. It's got the prop high enough off the ground now that it doesn't cut grass anymore, and it rolls out fine. It rolls pretty good on the grass, even though they're only 1-inch wheels. Like I said, our grass is cut pretty good. So, um, EQ, good to see you, man. North Carolina. Yep, that's what I thought. So you guys are still closed for business. Apparently, George is opening up to hair salons and stuff, starting I think today or tomorrow. Um, yeah, Mike, wait do you see these? These are very cool. Um, like I say, if it's radio control, I own it. So, Photon, good to see you, man. Honey Chuck, good to see you, man. Oh, good to know, man, George. So this phone boy is doing a show before mine. Well, good to know. That's cool. Is he here? Is he lurking? Is he in my show? What's out of stock, Chuck? I see Victor Shamley. Shamulous. How you doing, Victor? Mikey BRC. Good to see you, man. Jackson RC. Good to see you, man. We've got 30 people in the room already. Fantastic, guys. Yeah, the 3 inchers on here do real well. Look like a monster truck. Yeah, that would be funny. So, so far, guys, I'm pretty. I had to do a little repair work. Um, this on the nose here, this little foam piece that comes out of the bottom of the cowl that supports the nose wheel. Um, it wasn't secured. I mean, it probably had a drop of CA on it. It popped right off the main fuselage. This was had a lot of flex in it. It still does a little bit. What I did is I pulled it way forward and I cut myself a little foam wedge, and I epoxied the wedge. I pulled it forward and dropped the wedge in behind it, and epoxied that in, and then I re-epoxied this little foot here to the main fuselage, because actually this plastic cone, the cowl, has a relief cut around the nose wheel here so that it slides around it, and so I just glued it to the back, and that's holding up pretty good now. So I had to do that. I put the bigger wheel on it, and yeah, pretty happy. It's a good little airplane. I really like it. It's beautiful. It's a good looking plane, and it flies real good. So I'm real happy with it. For the $69.99, it was a steal of a deal, I think. So What's that now? Oh, you saw the T-33? Yeah, yeah. It came out really good, guys. I was very happy with it. Eric, you're hilarious. Yep, Bill, $70. Yep, it's I don't know. You know, they sold out at the warehouse in the U.S. warehouse. I bought two of them, and they're still available in the China warehouse, but they want a lot of money for um, they want a lot of money for shipping. Now I don't know if you buy a certain amount of stuff from China, you get free shipping or not, because you guys all know how much I love Hobby King. So I couldn't tell you, but you know, if you guys can get free shipping on it for $70, buy it for sure. It's a good airplane for $70. And just to give you a size comparison, so this is 1100 millimeter, okay, and this is the 1500 millimeter. Basically the same airplane. I mean, this is a Cessna TTQ, and this is the Cirrus SR-22, and they look almost identical, but this is much bigger. So that's the difference in size. So it's a lot bigger. But as far as the actual style of the airplanes, they're very similar, very very similar. If you look at the shape of the the windshield, the side windows, the cowl area, you know, they're very similar. Obviously, Cessna copied Cirrus on this one, but you know, I highly recommend both these airplanes. This one's got lights all over it. They both have lights on them, but this has got a light in the cabin. It's got a landing light in the front here, I think. It's got, I think it had strobes on the wingtips. I can't remember. I think it has strobes on the wingtip. It's got a red beacon on the bottom. This one only has the red and white nav lights, and they're blinking, and then it has a really super bright white landing light. I mean, super bright. So, so what? Oh, hey, is Mary Boozer here? Welcome. Good to see you, Wes. Are you flying up there, Wes? Jeff in Lower Alabama, welcome. Wow, we're already up to 39. Holy crap, guys. That's awesome. Mr. Michael Wright, good to see you, man. Wayne's RC, welcome. Good to see you. Mark Z, hey, good to see you, buddy. Flew last night. Now, are you flying at Larks, or are you flying at your little field right down the street from your house? What did you order, TNRC? It's coming in Tuesday. What did you order? Oh, Victor's cutting out on us to go have dinner with his wife. Hey, can't blame him for that, guys. He definitely has a beautiful wife. They all they all come woodwork. Yeah. Oh, the E-flite S20 SR22. All right, man. You're gonna love that airplane. You're gonna really love that airplane. It's just a great flying airplane. And on a windy day, don't be afraid to put it in the air. It's just rock solid in the wind. So, just trust what I tell you, guys. You don't have to have the safe on. Just the AS3X is all you need. You put it in the air, and it's just rock solid. It's amazing how well it does in the wind. Oh, your personal flying field 51. 51's me, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so is your big field's closed, Larks? Victor's always stuffing his pie hole. That's funny. Well, I can't tell you how the air tractor or the turbo timber fly because I don't have either one of those yet. But you're not going to be sorry you got it. It's a great airplane. One of my favorites. Definitely one of my favorites on a windy day. It's definitely the go-to plane for sure. One of my go-to planes. Right, Jeff. Yep, it absolutely does. It just cuts through the wind. Are you flying this weekend, Wes? So Deuce's Wild's getting his Bearcat that he won from my show last week tomorrow. So he'll have that in his hands tomorrow, according to UPS. I'm sorry, FedEx. So hopefully they're as accurate with his shipment as they are with mine. Oh, Old 51 is its name. Oh, really? It's not the. What's your club field there that's right by your house? Um, God, I forget the name. The Pelicans? No, what is it? I forget the name of it now. Oh, that was Mike saying that, not Wes. Oh, I got a little confused here. Sorry about that, guys. All right, guys. So hang on one second. I'm going to move this. I'm going to grab something real quick. Show you guys one of my surface vehicles, which I think you'd think is pretty cool. So let me move this for a second. So what do you think of this? Got this right after this Camaro came out. It was it's a big time RC, JATO toy grade, but it's beautiful. What a gorgeous car. So this is one of the cars I take to the car show and drive it around while, got my car at the show, and gives me something to do while I'm sitting in my chair. I have a bunch of these, and we might get a bunch of them out tonight. I just wanted to grab this one first because this is one of my favorites. So, yeah, pretty cool car, huh? Yeah, it's a Camaro. Yeah, it's dirty. I just wiped it off. Robert Orlip or Ortlip. I haven't seen you here before. Welcome. So you have a JATO this size in blue? I didn't know it came in blue. Wow, that's cool. Haven't seen it in blue. Yeah, it gets great mileage, man. About 20 minutes to a charge. Oh, Michael, thank you so much, buddy. You are the man. Thank you so much, buddy. Gas money for the bus. Got to keep that bus running, guys. Because they run all night. Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much, man. And you, Patreon and my Patreon supporters and my PayPal supporters, thank you so much, guys. I actually haven't gotten. I guess the way they do it is you get it once a month. So I haven't actually seen the money in my account yet, but I saw it on my list. So the same from the chat money here. I haven't physically gotten any of it yet, but I know it's coming, and I can't thank you guys enough. Thank you so much, guys. It means a lot to me that you guys like my show enough not only to be here every week, but to actually, throw me a little money to help support it. So thank you, guys. I appreciate that. So this runs on I think it's just a 6-cell NiCad pack. If I remember right. It loads in the bottom. It's not in here right now. It's it has a regular Tamiya plug for you Surface guys know what that is. It's this old standard Tamiya plug-in. Headlights work, taillights work. some of the cars I have even have working turn signals. When you uh, move it, you turn left, the left turn signal goes on. I don't remember if this one does that or not. I haven't played with it in quite a while. Just haven't been to any car shows or anything. So, um, thank you, Shadow. Yeah, I think that's what they do. At the end of the month, I'll get a check, one lump check from YouTube and from Patreon. My um, if you send me money through PayPal, I get it instantly. So for the guys that are PayPaling me, thank you guys, appreciate it. I actually used some of that money just recently on an order, so had to order some spare parts for my had a little issue with my EC 1500. Even though it came with those new prop hubs, uh, one of the props flew off in mid-flight, which caused me to not stick the landing. It was I was fight. It was a really really windy day, which is not a problem when both props are on it. The plane flies great in the wind, but with only one prop on it, I had to throttle back, and it was flying. I was keeping it in the air, but as I made final up, back into the wind got on top of the wing and started pushing it down, and I couldn't throttle up with only one engine to overcome it. So it hit the ground pretty hard. Minor damage, broke a prop, so I had to order a prop. So it's on the way, but kind of dislocated the landing gear. I popped it back in place. I think it's going to be okay, but I'm going to reinforce it anyway. Um, Thank you, Wreckham Roy. Yeah, it's a cool car. It's just it's not real fast. It's fast enough, It's not pokey ass or anything, but it's pretty fast, but not not race car fast. It's toy grade, but it's cool looking. It's pretty as it is. Driving it around at the car shows gets a lot of attention. It's very cool. So this I think, yeah, this one was made by Jado, the big time muscle car. I forget what the scale is. I think this is 1/6 scale. It's way bigger than a 10th scale. This is a 10th scale RC10, and it's way bigger than this, as you can see. So for you guys that know how big an RC10 is, there's the comparison. So it's a pretty big car, kind of heavy. It definitely feels like it's got some mass to it. It's not, it's not some cheap, crappy plastic. It's well made. Yeah, they're gonna ask me over the tinted windows. Yeah. If they were on real rims on, yeah, I couldn't afford them either. So the beauty of this car, honestly, it comes ready to run, so radio and everything. Um, it was under $100. I'm trying to remember what I paid for it. It was like maybe $89, I think, something like that. Um, and that's pretty good for a car this size, because it's big. It's pretty damn big. So this is one of the toy grade stuff I have. Um, yeah, Robert. Yeah, 1/6. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what mine is. I haven't seen it in blue. God, I'd love to see that. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. Put a nitro motor in this thing, and it'd haul ass for sure. Yeah, this is one of the original RC10s. It's got the aluminum pan. I obviously drilled a bunch of holes in it for lightning. But yeah, this is, I still have, I have one of the like second version that came with the graphite or carbon fiber pan. So I still have one of those new in the box, and then this is the one I raced for years. And I off road and oval track raced this car for years. So yeah, the buggy car is it's got a lot of modifications on it, extra travel on the shocks and stuff, so it handles jumps really well. Because on an off-road course, they for you guys that haven't seen any RC car racing, hey, YouTube's got plenty of it. Go watch it. It's pretty good. This is actually I had a sprint car body on this very car for the very first Dirt Oval Nationals, the Aurora Dirt Oval Nationals. I had a sprint car body on this. I was racing this in modified sprint. They held it right here in Altamont Springs, Florida. It's the very first oval race, and I won the B main. The local hero over there is a guy named Bill Blakesley, and he and I were on the front row of the B main, and it was just a two-car race the whole race, and he was leading the race, and I was just following him around, and then I overshot a turn and and I wasn't right on his bumper, so when we come out of turn 4 right past the driver's stand, and I wasn't right on his bumper, so he looked back to see where I was, and when he looked back, he hit the wall, and I went right on by. And that was all she wrote, because after that I was gone. I was so much faster than him, but I didn't want to try passing him because I didn't want to get tied up with him. But as soon as he hit the wall and had to get out of the throttle, I was gone. I went by him so fast, and I was a half a track ahead of him after that. And then the race ended, and I won. So and my time was fast enough to finish second in the A main had I had made it. I missed the A main by hundredths of a second. It was that close. So it was a good weekend for me, guys. I had a really great time. Got a big trophy. It's one of my favorite trophies. It's got the state of Florida cut out. It's about this tall, double tier. It's got the state of Florida, Dirt Oval Nationals. It's a beautiful trophy. So, yeah, that car's got a lot of history. A lot of history. I won a lot of races with that car. So, so let me move this now. I want to show you another one. I got a lot of this stuff, guys. I mean, I got a lot of this stuff. So let me put this one over here for a minute. We're going to get this one down. You guys may or may have not seen this lurking in the background in some of my shows, depending on where the camera's pointed. And it's dirty also. I'll have to wipe this one off. I might need some cleaner for this one. Yep, right here. Perfecto. Farmer Man! Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. You guys just have no idea. Yeah, I was cutting trees down right up until showtime, and I had just enough time to get a shower. So I didn't have time to clean all these cars up, but I knew I could just clean them up while you guys were in the show, so I wasn't too worried about it. Trying to make the most of my time. So just give it a quick wipe off. So this one is yeah, Mother's Quick Wax. I know I was gonna go get some out of my car. I have some in my car. I was gonna go get that and put it on here, but for now this will be all right. We'll get it. You get the idea. So this one's pretty cool. It's got lights all over it. Not only does it have headlights and taillights like the Camaro, but it's got lights in the wheels, lights under the hood here. This hood's clear. You can actually see the motor through the hood. And there's the lights under the hood that light up. And it has some built-in music that plays when you press a button on the transmitter. And then you could also put a... in the trunk, you can put a MP3 player. And plugs in the trunk. And then it'll play whatever you've got on your MP3 player. So you have that option too. So this is a really cool one. It's... you know, I don't care for the big giant wheels, but the car's just cool looking, you know, for what it is. Yeah, where's Ken and Barbie? Yep. Oh, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but you know, the new FMS Jeep, they've got a Barbie doll, and I think it's a G.I. Joe, not Ken. It might be a Ken, but I think it's a G.I. Joe and Barbie in the new FMS Jeep that they're coming out with. And that looks pretty cool. Watched the video the other day where they were modifying the hell out of it. I don't know how I see. Listen, I'm a Toys R Us kid. Seriously. When I go into any of the department stores like Walmart, Toys R Us, when they were open, you know, the first place I go, I don't care what I'm in there for. It doesn't matter. If I'm at Walmart to buy, you know, whatever, paint or you know, plumbing supplies, whatever. It doesn't matter what I'm there for. Whatever I'm there for, the first place I go is the toy department. Because I always have to check out the toys to see if they got anything new that I can't live without. So, so that's where these came from. Now this is a New Bright. If you guys are familiar with that brand, yeah, this is a New Bright car. And I actually have 4 of these. 4 of this car. A couple of different color schemes. This is the Mango, which Victor, you should appreciate that. This one they call the Mango. This is a stock color. The car came in this color. I think in 05. I think the 05 Daytona. Might have been the 04. The 04 or 05, I believe, Daytona came in this mango color. So it's an accurate color. And then the, I think 06 is yellow. And I have that one too. It's up here. It's identical to this, but it's yellow. And then I have an 07, which is a, it's got a supercharged hood on it. It's a 2-color, black and silver. And it has a hood scoop on it because it's supposedly supercharged. And I want to repaint that one to be a regular color scheme instead of it's a 2-tone, which looks okay. I may just paint the hood. I don't like the way the hood looks. I want to repaint the hood, but yeah, Ethan, I'm definitely a Toys R Us kid. Yeah, yeah. George, you and I are so alike. It's unbelievable. But yeah, I just love toys, guys. I buy them all the time, constantly. I can't, you know. I walked into Walmart one day, hit the toy department, and they had a Dodge Charger just like this, but it was a mini one. It was probably a 1/24th scale RC car. It was, the size of a die cast, but it was the lime green, the same color as the Havoc. And I saw that and I had to have it. I said, "Oh my God, that is beautiful! I have to have it." So I bought it. So I have a little Dodge Charger just like this one. That's Photon's a Victoria's Secret kid. Yeah, probably. Wow, Bill, your wife collects Hot Wheels. Well, that is very cool. Super, super cool. So yeah, so this lights up behind the wheels and everything when you're driving it around. Then you can press a button and it does this kind of hip-hop thumpy music. And the lights under the hood and stuff blink to the music. And then if you don't want to play with that, like I said, you can put an MP3 player in the trunk. Just pop that open. And it's got a regular phone jack plug in the trunk. And you just plug your MP3 player in, turn it on, and then the music plays. It's got a big speaker on the bottom, and it'll just play the music. So you don't get parts for these, Ryan. When you break it, you make your own, which I've had to do over time. Yeah, when you have a lathe and a milling machine, you can, and a 3D printer now, you can pretty much make whatever you need. I don't break them too much. This isn't a truck or a car that you're going to jump off ramps and stuff like you do. Your truck has more air time than ground time. I've been watching your videos, dude. You're nuts. Jumping over that barbed wire fence and stuff. Oh my God, you're crazy. I do not have an RC bus yet. I'm working on it. But no, I don't have an RC bus yet. Yeah, hot wife and hot cars. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's very cool, Wild Bill. So yeah, so this is another one of my toys. I got a few more I want to show you guys because I got a lot of these. And they're just very cool. I think even you guys agree. They're pretty cool. Never going to take the place of my airplanes. The planes have been with me way too long, and they're way more fun. But these have a place in my life too. I could definitely tell you that there are plenty of times when I do play with this stuff. So it's not like you guys want to see the yellow one. I'll get the yellow one down if you want to see it. It's on the shelf behind this one. So if you want to see the yellow one, I'll get it down. But I have some other ones I want to show you guys. Here's one you're going to like, Ryan. So here's a monster truck for Ryan. It's dirty, I know. And the garage is a dirty place, and I don't come out here and spend enough time cleaning this stuff. So, but we can give it a quick wipe down. Oh, you have one of these too, Fireman? Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty cool. So this actually, the doors open. I actually put an FPV camera inside it once. Right where the, in the right spot so that you were looking through the windshield. I want the door open. That's interesting. That one did. Can't get this door open. Hood opens. And of course it opens backwards. There's a plastic motor in there. The trunk opens. All the lights work. It's got lights everywhere. Running lights on the roof, headlights, tail lights. This one doesn't have a player, an MP3 player, so you can't play music or anything on this one. It has a mechanical gearbox. You got high gear and low gear. Very scale looking. It's got a full interior in it. The seats and everything. They got stereo, extra speakers, air conditioning vents. I mean, it's very detailed inside. And so yeah, this is another one of my. Welcome, Craft King. Good to see you, man. Bledsoe Trains. All right, David. Good to see you, man. How you been? I miss your show. I used to catch it at work when I was mopping the floor. Usually, I was mopping the floor, and I'd have your show on. But so I didn't get to say anything, but I was always there watching. So. Yeah, the mirrors are adjustable and, all this good stuff. It's got a sunroof in it. It's a pretty cool little car. It's pretty big. You get the gist of it. It's no, it's no slouch. It's pretty big. Full suspension on it. So it'd probably make a good rock climber. I mean, I've climbed it over some stuff. I really haven't taken it out on anything super big, but it's got nice soft rubber tires, and so it'd probably climb pretty well. But it's no rocket ship. Fast speed's not its main objective for sure. But it's pretty cool. No, this is also a new Bright. So the same company that made the Charger makes this. So pretty cool. I don't know why I can't get this door open. So this is a Ryan-inspired vehicle here. So, yeah, the back opens up. It's really cool too, because when you close the doors, I mean, the seams match up perfect. You don't even know the door's open. It looks, it's a really good quality, guys. They did a nice job on this. And this has got a detent to hold it open, and then you just push it closed, which it's not cooperating. My luck, I'll break the damn thing. go. Okay, that's it, all right. Yep. Wow, that really sticks. Holy crap. Yeah, so that's just another one of my toy grade. Colin, good to see you, man. It's not going to be a surface vehicle show. I had a plane out, and then now that we're just doing a quick show and tell on some toy grade stuff I have, and then we'll get back to the airplanes. So yeah, this one's pretty cool. Alright, let's see what else here's another cool one. This is another Jado offering. And yeah, it's dirty too, guys, but so how about this one? Now this one's fun because you can honk the horn from the radio on this one, which is really fun when you at the car show you roll up to somebody sitting in their chair or something and you start honking the horn at them, and they try to get out of their chair to get swat at the car, and you just back up and drive away, and it's pretty fun. So I have a good time with that with this one. I can't remember if this plays music or not. It lights all the lights work. Everything works light-wise, but I don't think it has. I don't think this one plays music. It just you can honk the horn. Oh wow! Something got on this. Ate the paint. I wonder what happened there. Huh? Now we got a little paint defect here on the top. I have to fix that. I don't know what happened there. Sure, you guys know what this is, right? For those of you that aren't Dodge fans, this is the Dodge Magnum. It's wow, there's a lot of crap on here that ate the paint. I don't know what happened here. That's a shame. Looks like something might have leaked on it from the shelf above. I don't know what. There's no chemicals or anything on that shelf. Unless maybe some battery acid leaked out of something above. I'll have to look that over. They use NiCad batteries. Regular RC car NiCad 6-cell pack. NiCads. You can get them in multiple sizes, battery packs. It's amazing how NiCad batteries don't really change in size when they change in milliamp hours. The cell's the same size, they just pack more energy in it, which is interesting. it's like those. What are those big cells that they're using a lot now? 18605 or something like that. A lot of uses for those batteries, and they come in all different. I've seen them as high as 7,500 milliamps, and the size of the cell doesn't change. It's the physical size of the shell is the same, but they get a lot of amperage in it. It's patina. That's good, Chuck. Yeah, that's what it is. It's patina. Yeah, that works. So yeah, it all lights up. Very very scale. This one does have turn signals on it, operational turn signals, and all the headlights and taillights work. I think the brake lights come on when you brake. Same thing with the Camaro. Camaro has working brake lights. This has working brake lights. But the one thing I love about this car is the horn. When you run around at the car show, you can actually run up to somebody and honk the horn at them. It's pretty funny. Actually, this does play music. That's right. There's a music button on this thing. Yeah, this is the controller for it. Right here. And it has engine sound. You start the engine, and then it makes you hear the start, and then it rumbles, and then as you throttle up and down, it as you're moving it, and it has this gear shift for high, medium, and low. Right here, and then here's the button for the horn. So you press this button for the horn. And then this big button in the middle plays the music. So if you want to listen to the thumpy music, you press this button and it starts playing the music. It only plays it for like 30 seconds. Yeah, that's it. The 18650s. That's it. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Yeah, you can get that cell. The physical size of the cell doesn't change, but you can get them as high as 7,500 milliamp I've seen so far. Which is amazing. That they come as 2200s all the way up to 7500s, and the physical size of the battery doesn't change. So that's pretty cool. So I'm looking at this, and the label on the bottom of this is discolored. So maybe the batteries in here are leaking. Let's take a look. Probably not going to like what I see in here. Yeah, we got a bunch of Duracell batteries that leaked all over. So, yeah. So this is probably what got on the paint and screwed it up. Well, no, that was on the lower shelf. It's got to be another radio up here with batteries in it. So we'll have to clean this all up. A little Tarnex works wonders in here. I usually start with some baking soda, neutralize the acid, and then I scrub it up with Tarnex. And yeah, 99% of the time that does the trick. Yeah, it might have some staining or something inside, but it usually still works. So, not too bad. It'll clean up. It'll definitely clean up. Bought a Goldwing? Did you really? What year's your Goldwing? Old Rayovac batteries, no leakage there. They're fine. That's cool. Get rid of those. Now this is a crazy controller. This is for a, oh my god, the battery's still working, this one. This is for a Mercedes car I have, which is right here. I don't know if I can get that one out. Now these are the packs that work in the new Bright cars, and this works in the Hummer and the Charger. You can. It also has a Tamiya plug, so you can either buy. You can put these packs in it and run it, or you can buy a Tamiya plug battery pack, and you put that in it. So it's multi-use. You can use either of them. But these are the 9.6 volt packs. I have quite a few of these. The Mercedes, actually, this controller lets you program. There's a couple of pre-program, like it'll do a figure eight. Just press the button and it'll automatically do a figure eight. And then it has a memory thing where you press to start the memory and then you drive it on a course you want it to do, and then press stop and then you hit play and it'll redo the same course over again. So that's kind of cool. Never had a. This is the only car I have that has that kind of capability. So that's pretty cool. And then there's a really cool one back here. I think I can get to it if I move this box. And again, you guys, if you've watched my shows from the beginning, you've gotten a glimpse of this car because it's been in multiple videos I did when I first started doing my videos. Not my live streams, but my videos. Now this one's very interesting because, and I know it's dirty. I gotta clean it. This thing's got blue lights all over it. And the trunk on this, you can actually put either an MP3 player in it, or do you remember the Sony Walkman CD player, the portable CD player? You can put the CD player in the back of this. It has a big, the trunk opens, very huge trunk. And then there's a spot in the trunk. Oh, that's right. This one you turn. Yeah, you need a screwdriver or something to open this trunk. Okay. So it has a big long bay that you can slide in. The portable CD player will slide in the trunk right into a shelf, and then the same thing. It's got a phone jack plug on it, so you can plug a CD player into it and play music from a CD, or you can plug an MP3 player into it, whichever one you want to use. This is the only one I have that has that capability. None of them have room in the trunk for an actual CD player, but this one does. So that's pretty cool. This one's beautiful. The lights on this one, it's lowered, big wheels. You know, it's got these beautiful blue lights on it. Just a really, really pretty car at night. This one gets a lot of attention at the show. You know, at Christmas time at the car show, I used to put a Bing Crosby or Frank Sinatra Christmas album, you know, CD in the trunk, and drive it around playing cute Christmas music, which was always fun. So that was cool. So this is the end of my car. I have a lot more of these, but that's all I'm going to show you guys tonight. Because I'm already losing you. I see you guys talking about airplanes in the chat. And I don't blame you. Not hurt my feelings one bit, guys. I get it. You know, this stuff, that's why I haven't brought it out before. Because, but with all the car stuff going on, FMS coming out with that Jeep that's about the same scale as this, I thought I just kind of show off this stuff tonight a little bit, real quick. This is all the time we're going to spend on it. I just wanted to give you guys a quick little show and tell. Very cool toy grade stuff. A lot of fun to play with at the car shows. Yeah, I drive a Lincoln. I haven't seen a Lincoln town car, RC car yet. Which, you know, New Bright was, for a while there, was coming out with all of these, you know, everyday driver cars, you know, not really specialty stuff, but, you know, like a Dodge Magnum is not anything I would consider a collectible or anything. I mean, I love the car. I'd love to have one, honestly. But I don't think I can get as many airplanes in that as I can get in my Olds wagon. But I really like the Magnum. And I was surprised they didn't make it as long as, you know, they didn't make it very long. I was kind of surprised. But, yeah, but these aren't Corvettes or Jaguars or any of that kind of stuff. These are your everyday driver cars that have been pimped out. And I just think they're cool, you know. Very affordable. Tons of fun to play with. This is actually a Tyco brand made this. That's who made this particular car, was Tyco. And they did a really good job. It's very beautiful. When the lights are on, yeah, it's a very pretty car. And I believe this I think this uses a Tamiya battery pack, just like everything else. Yeah, it's got a Tamiya plug in it. So, yeah, anything with it, and you can drive it with the lights on, the sound on. This one plays music too, but then, like I said, you can put an MP3 player in the trunk if you want. So you can have engine sound on or off, the built-in sound system on or off. It's got a bunch of lights on or off. It's got a bunch of different modes on the switch. It's one of the only cars I have that you can actually turn shit off if you don't want it on. Most of the time it's just, you know, on or on. You know, that's it. So just another one of my big brawler RC cars that I take to car shows and play with. See if I can get it back in here with knocking everything down. That's close enough. That'll work. All right. Let's get back to airplanes. That was enough enough fun with the RC car stuff for the night. There we go. That's good enough. All right. So what else are we talking about? I'm still waiting for my my FMS pits. Apparently, any large oversized cargo, unless it's health related, they're not shipping. So I got an email from FMS saying that they can't ship it because it's the shipping companies are not shipping anything that's non-essential. So anyway, still waiting on my damn pits, which is killing me because I've really been looking forward to getting that. They were all under $100. You know, some of them were right at $100, $99.99, $89.99. But then after Christmas, if you were lucky enough to still have them in stock, they were on sale for like $69, $59. You know, to get rid of them. So, but yeah, they all retailed right around $100. You know, give or take. And unfortunately, New Bright hasn't been making cars anymore. They still make some, you know, that size, the big size stuff. They still make some monster trucks that they've been making over the last couple years, but they stopped making the big cars, and it really bummed me out. And I'll tell you what really bummed me out is when the Challenger came out. They didn't make, you know, they made the Charger, but they didn't make a Challenger, and boy, that bummed me out. I wanted that giant Challenger bad. Now I've got a small Challenger right there. It's a 10th scale. There's a 10th scale Challenger right there, but yeah, I wanted a giant one, and they didn't come out with it. Now I've got I think it's a 1/3 scale Indy car. That would take up this whole table. It's huge. It's in the house. So I have again, toy grade. Nothing crazy. It's not fast at all. It's basically one of the slowest cars I have. It's super slow. But it's big. It's really pretty. It's beautiful. So I just like, you know, like I said, if it's RC, I own it. You know, toy grade, good quality. I have it all. I'm not particular. If I see it and it looks cool, I buy it. I gotta have it. So, and especially anything that I can drive around, fly around, hover around, you know, I'm in. You know, I want it. So. Yeah, Banggood. Not when I stopped buying from Banggood about the same time I stopped buying from Hobby King. Um, Banggood's very childish, and I don't buy from Banggood anymore. But pretty much everything that Banggood sells is there's another company called Gear Best, and if you go to Gear Best, you can find usually the same products, and that's why if I buy anything that I would normally get at Banggood, I get it from Gear Best. I bought a big drone. I didn't buy it for me. I bought it for a friend. Actually, his mother asked me to get it for him for Christmas, and she didn't know how to order it or anything, so I ordered it for her. and it was a basically a DJI Phantom. It looked exactly like one, but it was orange, and it was made by what the hell's the name of that company? Um, Mini Wing, something like that. I forget. But it was orange, and it had a Campbell on a gimbal, a camera on a gimbal, and all that cool stuff and everything. Um, and it came in, and they were having all kinds of problems with the gimbals. That it would just lock. It would drift off to one side, cock over, and lock. And the gimbal kept doing that, and it had multiple ones. So I contacted him and said, hey, I'm having the problem with the gimbal. Oh, we're so sorry. No problem. We'll take care of it. We're going to send you a new one, and then send the old one back. Okay, that's fine. So a week goes by, I don't hear from him. So I contact him again. Oh, we're so sorry. We need you to send the gimbal back first, and then we'll send you a replacement one. Okay, well, I wanted to send it back in the box because I know you're going to send me one in a foam box, that's protective, and I wanted to send it back in that box so it would be protected. Is there any way you could send me the new gimbal first so I can send the bad one back in the same box? Not only did they not respond to me and tell me no or anything, they blocked my email. So I couldn't even contact them anymore. They just shut me down completely. So I had to use a different email account because I kept trying to send them emails and they kept bouncing back. So they blocked my email. I mean, childish. Oh my God. So I had to use a different email account to tell them, okay, I'll send you the camera back. Okay, thank you. As soon as we receive it, we'll send a replacement. So they never sent the replacement. I fought with them for weeks, and finally they just sent me my money back for the whole shit and caboodle. And I sent the drone back, and the post office lost the drone. That was another nightmare. Fought with the post office for 2 years because I had it insured. And it was missing for 4 months, and then I finally got the drone back, and it was crushed. They drove over it with one of their trucks. And then they blamed me. They said I didn't box it correctly. It's in the original packaging, and it's crushed. You guys drove over it with the truck. I mean, there's no box on the world that's going to handle that. So we fought for 2 years. They wouldn't honor the insurance I paid extra for. I had it insured for $350, and they finally settled with me 2 years later for $211. So don't ever buy U.S. Post Office. Don't ever buy insurance from them. Ever. You're wasting your money. And you can trust me. I'm not go on YouTube and just do a U.S. Postal Insurance claim, and you'll get thousands of results with the same story I'm telling you. They're going to fight with you for 2 years, and then they're going to settle for something way less than, and you'll just be glad to get the money to be done with it, because after fighting with them for 2 years, they just wear you down. So don't ever pay for insurance to the post office, because if you have a problem, the insurance is worthless. You're not going to get anything out of it, and you're going to have a 2-year fight if you even do get anything out of it. So, but anyway, so after Banggood did that to me with the childish blocking my email, I stopped buying from them. But I recommend GearBest. So if you want to buy anything that's on that same realm, more than likely GearBest will have it too. And they're much quicker shipping and much better to deal with. So just, while you guys are sitting here and I'm talking about it, check them out. Open another window and go to GearBest. Right. Yeah. Yeah. They've lost my business. The United States Postal Service, I will not ship anything with U.S. Postal Service. Nothing. They lost all my business. I used to ship with them quite a bit. Never again. You know. And anytime I have a choice, like when you buy something for Horizon and you can either have it shipped, is it Horizon or Motion? That if it's free shipping, you have a choice of FedEx or United States Postal Service. I always click FedEx. I'm not giving the Postal Service my business, no way, no how, in any way, shape, or form. If I can avoid it, I do. So, and it's not so much. Listen, everybody has problems. Everybody makes mistakes. That's not it. It's this woman I dealt with for 2 years. The way she handled my claim is why I won't deal with the post office anymore. You know, it was ridiculous. You know, this woman was just ridiculous. So, customer service, guys. You know, same reason I stopped buying from Hobby King. You know, customer service. I know there's going to be bad products. It happens. You know, they don't make the stuff. They just sell it. But it's how they treat your customer after the fact makes the difference. And that's why Motion's the leader. You know, because nobody treats customers better than Motion. So, Motion has set the bar way high for everybody else to try to compete with. Oh, here's that damn plastic landing gear out of my A10. Yeah, this is some really high quality stuff here. It's all plastic. All plastic. And here's the mounting surface right here. This flat plastic surface where they just glued it in with contact cement right to the paint. And that's what you see here is all the paint that pulled off the airplane when the landing gear fell out. Yeah, this is the nose gear out of it. What a piece of crap. I'm telling you. Oh my God, what a piece of crap. So, yeah. Well, that wheel would almost work on my... That's almost the right size wheel. I might look into that. Yeah, I know, Ryan. You have to say that. You work for him. Motion's still better than Horizon. Horizon's come a long way, but Motion's still better. Motion's never asked me to send something back. You know, when you have a problem with Motion, they just replace it. Horizon sometimes asks for it back. They want you to send it back so they can test it themselves. So... Yep. Randy, that's what happened. I sent some stuff back to Hobby King, and they took it at the post office. I took it straight to the post office, paid for it at the counter, and it never left the post office. Somebody right there at the counter stole it. You know, he asked me what was in the box. I told him it was a couple of RC motors for an RC airplane, and it never left. And never left the post office. There's no record of it ever leaving the post office. There's a record of it coming in, no record of it leaving. And same thing. The guy didn't even offer me insurance, so I didn't put insurance on it. And I was just shit out of luck. You know? So, well, how do you guys lose a package and then just tell me I'm shit out of luck? I mean, you have no record it ever left your building. You know? How's that my fault? So I'm finding it kind of funny that so many people are talking about their bad experience with the post office. Yeah, it's Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, like I said, they lost my. It won't surprise me a bit if the post office goes out of business. You know, and they've been talking about it for years, and it won't surprise me one bit. Um, Towers Horizon Hobby Light. That's pretty funny. Well, honestly, uh, Mikey, it is and it isn't. I think it's more because when I lived in Holiday before I moved here in Florida, still in Florida, but about 20 miles south of here, the Elfers post office was the best post office I'd ever dealt with. They were fantastic. Never lost anything. They were super good. You know, they took care of everything. Never had a problem with that post office. Never. You know, my stuff got delivered right. Anytime I shipped something, there was never a problem. And I lived down there for about 20 years, I think. Um, and then I moved up here, and the post office up here sucks. It absolutely sucks. You know, so um, and it's funny because when I first moved in the house in Holiday, um, I was getting my stuff through the Tarpon Springs post office, and had nothing but trouble with them too. Absolutely ridiculous, horrible. They wouldn't even deliver my packages. You know, it would fit in the mailbox, and it did no signature required, and they wouldn't put it in the mailbox and leave it. They put a card in the mailbox, made me go to the post office and pick it up. You know, and no signature required. So I don't know why they wouldn't deliver, but they wouldn't deliver it. You know, and I go up there and argue with them. Want to talk to the postmaster? No, he's not available. Whatever. It's always an excuse. You know, why wouldn't you deliver? So, well, we don't know. You know, but the carrier decided not to deliver it. Why? You know, didn't require a signature. Why? It would fit in the mailbox, little box. And all they kept saying, well, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. And then the districts changed, and now my mail started coming out of the Elfers, and never had a problem after that. So it's kind of like FedEx. A lot of you guys have trouble with FedEx and UPS, and here my UPS and FedEx are perfect. I mean, the best I've ever had. But my post office sucks. So if you send Joe Schmo a postal money order to his address with a sign for it letter, he better know sending that racing prop isn't not an option. Uh, did you change Mickey? Is this Mickey from Australia. Did you change your name? You had two K's before. Did you change that? Is that the? Are you the same guy? You just changed your name because it was with spelled with two K's before, wasn't it? Have I got the right guy? Paul Hatcher. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I gotta say, Hobby King's shipping's been fast. You know, from the U.S. I haven't had any real complaints um, with the shipping. You know, it's usually the product I have a problem with, not the shipping. But hello, Michael. Welcome back to the show, buddy. Haven't seen you in a while. Oh, I got you. Building up your channel, and it's branded. All right, cool. So I do have the right guy. Just wanted to make sure. Well, hello, Matt. Good to see you, buddy. Your dad said hello earlier, so I guess he's in here too. He's lurking like usual. Fred Barron, good to see you, man. All right, we can talk battery performance, Fred. What kind of battery performance are we talking? Yeah, brands, size, throttle management. Lay it on me, brother. Bang King and Hobby Good. Thank you, Rich. I appreciate that. I think of you guys often. After meeting you at the jet thing, it was so. Listen, you're the first guy that's walked up to me and said, "Hey, you're Kenny from Hangar 51, aren't you?" Yes, I am. So thank you, buddy. That meant a lot to me. I felt famous for my 15 minutes of fame. So thank you. I appreciate that. Glad you're here. Love having you here. Wow, working 6 days a week, 14 hours a day. That's fantastic. At least you have a job, buddy. Wow, that's fantastic. Oh, Shadow, you're out, buddy? All right, man. We'll see you later. The new truck will be out tomorrow. Well, hey, take some video. Yes, Mike, that's how I started. I went right from that trainer right to pylon racing. And I did that exclusively for 3 years. Quarter midget, quickie 500. That's all I did. Speed was, that was the name of the game. Nitro engine, not electric. This was back in 74, 5, and 6. Started in 73. And then 4, 5, and 6, I was flying quarter midget and quickie 500. I still have a Scat Cat 500 new in the box. I think it's right over there. I'm going to build that one day too. I want to put that back in the air. Well, Mikey likes it. That's good. Yeah, yeah. Hobby King's trying. I'll give him that. They're trying. Yeah, they've lost my business pretty much. I mean, that plane I just had here was from there, but that was a whim. The price was so right, I had to give it a shot. My expectations were very low, so I didn't set the bar very high. But I really like the plane. I got to give them, I got to call a spade, and I'm very happy with the plane. It's a good airplane. So, um, yeah, I really like it. It's cute. It flies great, even in high winds. I was flying it in 30-mile-an-hour winds. It was gusty as hell, and it flew fine. It even landed good. Didn't get blown around too much. Half flaps, just came right in, beautiful. Lee Davison Hanger. Hey, good to see you, buddy. Yep, I still have my original quarter midget. It's in the house. Needs recovered. I've talked about this on the show. I've got all the Monocoat here to recover it in the um, doing the Voodoo. The Reno Racer 51 that they have out there called Voodoo. When it was purple, green, yellow, checkerboard on the side. I'm doing that. I bought the decal sheet for that plane because Rock Hobby used to make it. I have that plane also. And I bought all the Monocoat to recover mine, my old original quarter midget, in the Voodoo scheme and put the Voodoo decals on it. And then I've got the remnants of a Quickie 500 from two different Quickie 500s. The front half and the back half. So I'm going to glue the two together and make a new fuselage, and then just build a wing because it's a straight chord wing. You got to make one, and I already have a rib, a pattern for a rib. So I'm just going to stack a bunch of balsa up, put the pattern on it, cut it out. I'll have a whole set of ribs, and I'm going to build a wing for it, and I'll have a Quickie 500 again too. So I'll have that one and then the Scat Cat. Scat Cat's got a foam wing, so so that's. But yeah, that's all I did. When I moved down here, there wasn't any pylon racing down here. When I first moved to Florida, no pylon racing. I couldn't find any club down here that did pylon racing, which really bummed me out. The club I joined was a big pattern club. So a bunch of big pattern airplanes. So of course I bought a big pattern airplane. Now, actually, I scratch built a big pattern airplane. Um, and I went car racing, because I wanted to race. So that's when I got into the ground stuff and started racing cars. And um, and then recently, last year actually, there's a club north of me about the same distance to the field I fly it all the time, but going north instead of south. Southeast. This one's straight north. They pylon race up there, so I may be getting back into pylon racing. I got to go up there and see what they're racing and how they do it and stuff. And yeah, I might actually go back to it. Um, Bob Bob Ruther. No, that's not ringing a bell. Was he racing back in the 70s? Our my quarter midget was clocking like 170, right around there, 170, 180. The Quickie 500, probably about 120. It's slower. And the Formula One guys, which was too expensive, I couldn't afford that. We're clocking over 200. Um, and back then the rule was, it was the quarter midget and the Quickie 500 were a racehorse start. Everybody start four planes at the same time. The Formula One guys actually got a stagger start, and the way they would determine who would go first is the prettiest airplane was prejudged before the race. They judged all the airplanes, and then when they put them in heats, they would put you in order 1, 2, 3, 4 by how you finished in the static display. So not only did it have to go over 200 miles an hour, it had to be pretty, and that was just way out of my. I was 13. It was way out of my price range. So I never even looked at Formula One. Now, I don't know what they do today. I have no idea. I haven't kept up with the rules or anything. But that's how they did it back in the day. And some of the guys were painting the rivet heads on the model, or putting. One guy took needles, or straight pins with the little dome head on it, and cut the pin off, and then popped it in and glued it in, and had real rivets on his panel lines. And these are all balsa airplanes, guys. No foam back then, not in '73. Um, so yeah, it was beautiful airplanes. Oh my God. I used to love going when I got to the races to go look at all the Formula One guys because their planes were beautiful. My quarter midget looked okay. It was nice, but no detail. I just made a couple of colors, put a stripe on it or whatever, and good enough. But the Formula One guys, oh my God, it was insane. So yeah, that was way out of my price range. Well, here's Mr. Marathon. I'm dead meat. All right. Good night, Mike. I guess you're calling it early tonight. Christ, it's only 10 minutes to 11. Holy crap. We're not even warming up yet. They're still tuning up the banjo, What? I'm glad you're here, Mike. It's good to see you, man. Take care. Yeah, George. I couldn't get into the pattern that much. I had a couple of pattern planes. I never competed in it though. I just couldn't get into it, so I never competed. But I flew it. Um, I did compete in some glider contests. I got very good at that, so I did compete in some glider stuff since that was available. No pylon racing, but the RC car racing was a lot of fun. Did that quite a bit. Oh, good for you, Lee. Yeah, I like the Night Radiant. I've been thinking about getting it. Actually, they did a pretty good job on that one. It's a nice flying airplane, and the way they've lit it, it's very visible. So, and I love flying at night. I have a bunch of night fly planes, a bunch, but I don't have that one yet, and I'm thinking about getting it. I like flying at night. I think it's cool. You know, um, if you guys want to try it out, what I suggest is download the plans from um, flight flight test. Um, any airplane doesn't matter. Just get the plans. Go up to Dollar Tree and buy some white foam board. And while you're putting it together, put lights in it. Buy these. I get these on eBay. Okay. Um, about $5 a roll. This roll's like 16 feet long, and do I have one open? Yeah, right. No, it's not open. Where are my open ones? Huh. I don't know where my open ones are. Alright, well, I'll just open this one. So I buy these on eBay for like $5 a roll, and they look like reel-to-reel projector roll. And these are green. It's a whole row of green. 16 feet long. I think there's 300 LEDs on it, I believe. And it's like $5. Okay, 12 volt. So 3-cell. Any 3-cell battery works this perfect. And what you do is, like when you're putting the wing together on a flight test plane, they have you fold, make a box spar for the wing. So when you put that together, after you glue your little box spar together and you're putting it in the wing, you glue these lights to the side of the spar facing outward, okay? So you'll have a strip going forward in the wing from the front of the spar and going back of the wing from the back side of the spar. And the whole wing will glow. It'll light the entire wing up like a lantern. And it's so easy to see it in the air. And then the same thing in the fuselage. Just make sure you have the LEDs projecting into the open space. Don't put it up against the foam. The LEDs against the foam, because all you're going to get are dots. Okay? If you put it against the foam facing outward, you're going to get a row of little round circle dots of light. But if you project it into the plane, the whole plane glows. It just lights up like a lantern. So you put them in the fuselage, put them in the wing while you're building it, and then you go out and fly it in the dark. And it works fantastic. I built a blunt nose Versa wing from Hobby King, or from Hobby Flight Test. Just bought the plans are free. You download the plans for free. Print them on your printer, tape them together, cut them out, and build your airplane. And I think it was $2 or $3. 2 or 3 boards of foam board. You get it at Dollar Tree, $1 a piece, and you build the plane. Put the lights in it while you're building it. It's fantastic. So, that's the easiest and cheapest way to try out night flying, to see if it's for you. Because the planes just glow, and it's very easy to see them. Very easy. And you can put regular nav lights in it too if you want while you're building it, But when you add the lights to it while you're building it, so that it just glows, it's just easy to see it. And then if you want to put the nav lights on it and the landing light on it, just for orientation wise, do it. It's, we're talking cheap, put lights in the plane. And you're talking about $3 for the airframe to build the plane. It's simple. So if you guys haven't done that, I recommend it. They're easy to build. They do a nice job. So you guys that haven't tried the night flying yet, I highly recommend it. Before you spend a couple $100 on a plane and decide that you can't see it at night or don't like it or whatever, just do go the cheap version. Yep, Chuck, I have the Pawnee. It's actually in the car right now. I flew it last week. I'm going to probably fly it again this weekend, too. I put the Pawnee back in the car. I have, well, if you look at my icon on the top of the page, my little round circle, that's and it's sitting right there. That's a Visionaire, but it's not the Night Visionaire. That's my own version of a Night Visionaire. I put my own lights on it and lit it up. And so that's another one of my night flyers. I did that before they came out. It was funny. Right after I did that to the plane, they came out with a Night Visionaire. Like in a couple of months. I did that, and I posted it up on YouTube and took it to the field and flew it. And then a couple months later, they come out with a Night Visionaire. And I'm like, really? So, mine's lit externally. Theirs is lit internally, just like the Pawnee. But both are very visible. So, and then I put lights on. What else? Well, the flight test Versa wing. That's another one. I bought And man, I wish they'd stopped. They hadn't stopped making that airplane. What a beautiful airplane. Ryan knows this one. He had one. Um, the Air Titan from Tech One. It's a 1800 millimeter foam airplane. You can get it. It had floats available for it, and it's lit up beautifully. It's got uh, red lights on the bottom of the wing and blue lights on the top of the wing. I think blue and red. That looks purple. When you get it in the air, it's purple. It's beautiful. And then the fuselage has got white lights in it, all down both sides, so it lights up beautifully. It's a beautiful airplane. So that's one of my favorite night flyers. It's a 4-cell plane, real nice airplane. So I have one of those. What else do I have that's a night flyer? I always forget all my night flyers. I got a bunch of them. Most of them I've made myself. I've bought a couple that were already night fly planes, but then I've made my own too. And I'm in the works right now making another one. I've got a Beaver, the Beaver I bought from Hobby King. It's a built-up airplane, and I've already put nav lights and landing lights and beacons and stuff on it. And now I'm going to add external lights, just like my Visionaire, to light it externally. And I'm gonna. It's got a radial engine on the front of it, de Havilland Beaver. And I'm gonna put lights in the cow also. I don't know if you guys have seen the AT6 Texan stunt team that flies at Oshkosh every year, but they have lights in the cowl of those planes, and they look so cool lit up at night because they do a night show, and it's beautiful. So since it has the same radial type engine in it, I want to do that. So yeah, Master Airscrew makes good 3-bladed props. I've changed over a couple of my planes to um, when I first got my first FMS 1450 P51. It was the and Ryan, you're the reason I bought it. Uh, Dallas Darling. I had 2 props explode. It's the hub, both the blades to the hub deal, and I had a couple of failures with that. I don't know what happened. Made me gun shy of those props. So I bought a Master Airscrew 3-bladed prop and a stainless spinner, and put that on my Dallas Darling because the B model originally with the Allison motor and it came with a 3-bladed prop. So it looks correct. I mean, if you guys look up a P51 B model, you'll find several pictures out there with a 3-bladed prop on it. So that's what I did to mine, and it flies great with that prop on it. So I put the I don't know if it was the 16-inch or the 14-inch. I forget. Master Airscrew 3-bladed prop on it, and it looks great. I love it, and it flies really good with that prop. And since it's now since then, I mean, I've had 3 other Mustangs. I have 3 more Mustangs, and they all have the 4-bladed prop on it, and I'm not having that issue anymore. But the Dallas Darling was my first one, the 1450s, and yeah, I was having issues with the props. The spinner kept. I bought a brand new spinner from Motion and a brand new set of blades and put it together as a spare, and I put it on the plane one day. I balanced it and everything, and I put it on the plane just to test it. and I was cruising around about half throttle, and I went full throttle, went vertical, and I went up, and it didn't go 50 feet up, and the prop left the airplane. I mean, it just split the spinner right down the center. Half of it went that way, half of it went that way, and I was dead stick. And got the plane down okay, no problem. I did go out and find the prop, and yeah, just blades. No, not a mark on the blades because they never touched the ground. You know, no grass marks, nothing. They were perfect, but it split right through the screws on the two, and the other two were still bolted to it. And I found everything and sent a picture to Motion. They sent me another prop and blades and everything. Didn't even ask questions. Just I sent them a picture. They sent me the stuff. So which club are we talking about, Jerry? Yeah, I guess there's two clubs you're going to join. Bunch of guys checking out early tonight. Wow. Down to 27. I don't know what's going on tonight, but the window's not acting right. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Let's try this. There we go. Yeah, something didn't look right. South Dakota, is that right? Sioux Falls, South Dakota? Yeah, cool. So there's two clubs in that area. You're going to join both of them, so you got a place to fly. You're in Facebook jail. Man, I'm just not a big fan of Facebook. I can't get into that. I get on it once in a while, but I get so confused on how to look stuff up and find, you know, people send you stuff and then I can't ever find it again. And I am such a horrible Facebooker. I just have no idea what the hell I'm doing on it. And I'm just not a guy that's going to put my life on Facebook. You know, I don't think people need to know when I take a crap or, you know, that I'm having breakfast at McDonald's right now. And, you know, I don't know. Just not my deal. I mean, I got on, I tell you what I did. I got on Facebook for one reason. To catch up with friends from school. And it worked perfect for that. I pretty much found everybody I wanted to find from high school on Facebook. So it was really cool for that. But after that, I don't have any use for Facebook, really. It's okay, but I've spent so little time on Facebook. And any of the social medias. I really don't. I just don't spend much time on them. Yeah, lots of drama, lots of, you know, just, it's just not my thing. You know, a lot of people post up stupid stuff that they think's funny. Okay, yeah, whatever. And I just have way better things to do, you know. Uh, Fixing airplanes, flying airplanes, watching videos of airplanes, watch Ryan jump his truck over a fence. You know, way more entertaining than Facebook. Yeah, man, I do the same. I pass 3 clubs to go to the place I fly at. I actually drive right by 3 different RC clubs to get to the field that I like to fly at. So it's so nice to go there. Everybody's just fun. Nobody, no old fart yelling, "Hey, you can't do that!" You know, that. And none of that. No AMA dues, no FAA rules, nothing. There's only 2 rules at my field. Okay? You don't park in Bo's spot. He's the owner of the property. And he has a parking place. Oh, Fred. Oh, my God. Thank you so much, buddy. Oh, my God. Fred Barron, you are the man. You're just such a great help to all of us. And everybody's show. I can't thank you enough, Fred. Thank you. Yeah, none of that crap. There's 2 rules. Don't drive your car on the runways because Mo mows them every Friday. So, and you don't park in Bo's spot. And that's it. After that, do whatever you want. He don't care. I mean, obviously respect his property and others, but yeah, there's no, you can't fly there, you can't do this, there's none of that. You do whatever you want. Everybody's cool. Now, if you do something to piss somebody off, that particular person might come over and say something to you, but, Bo's so easygoing. Doesn't charge us anything to fly there. He cooks for us constantly. Chili in the winter, and they have chicken cookouts, hamburgers, hot dog cookouts, all the time. And he pays for everything. He's just such a great guy. So, yeah, it's a really great place to fly. I got spoiled. That's why I passed 3 other fields to go there. Because I don't have to listen to any crap, It's, you come down the runway, foot off the deck, inverted, and the AMA field guys start yelling at you. Hey, that's unsafe. You can't fly like that. No, I can fly like that. Just because you can't fly like that is not my problem. I can fly like that. So, and they, just crap like that. So, there's the one field I go by. Christ, they yell at you where you park. If you don't park your car exactly right, they start yelling at you. It's not my idea of a good time. Yeah, that's true, Mike. I have found a couple of RC groups on Facebook that I have subscribed to and stuff, but even that, I generally don't. Um, I don't follow it that much. I get notifications and I'll usually click on it to see what it is, but usually I click right off of it. It's not something I'm interested in. There's an FPV group, um, and they want to fly at this abandoned field that's it's not too far away. It's probably 10 miles, maybe 12. And I have my own field to fly in with gates up and everything to fly FPV with my quads. So I don't have to drive down to this empty field that doesn't have any gates up or nothing, So I invited them all. Hey, guys, come fly at my place. Here it is. Here's a picture of it. Here's a video of, and they all loved it, but none of them will come out and fly. So I don't know. And it's not sour grapes. That's not it. I'd go fly with them, but I just don't feel like driving down there. And basically on Saturday and Sunday, I'm flying at the flying field planes, not drones or quads. So, but, if I do have guys that come over, and when they want to come over, I stay home and fly with them. But otherwise, I go to the flying field. Really, George? Oh my God. And when you go to the meetings, I assume you guys have regular club meetings and they do the treasury report and all that, and there's no bickering at the meetings and all that crap. Really? Man, you guys have some great clubs, because all the clubs I've ever been in have been a pain in the ass. I mean, a total pain in the ass. So, good for you. God bless you. There's always the guys, the doers in the club. You got that group of guys that do everything, and then you got that group of guys that bitch about everything. They don't do nothing, but they bitch about everything. And every club I've been in, it's always the same. Chuck, you RC RC and fishing groups. I don't fish, so I don't know anything about fishing. I mean, I know how to fish. My grandfather taught me how to fish, but I'm not a fishing guy. It doesn't interest me. Hey, Dave. Hey, are they opening the club up? George is starting to going to be open for business this week. Are they open? The field going to be open? Let me know as soon as it opens. I'm going to come up. I'm going to come up and fly with you one weekend. I'm just going to come up Friday night, and we're going to fly all day Saturday, Sunday. I'm bringing a drone up to teach you how to fly. I'm going to bring several of my quads up. We might even put you under the hood. You put the goggles on and fly. We're going to do all of it. So let me know when your field opens. Right. It's always the guys that just sit are the ones that bitch. You know? I don't get it. They don't even fly and they're out there bitching the whole time. You know, they just sit there and watch and then they bitch about everything. I don't get it. Yeah, at my field, club's a four-letter word. But if anybody says, club, Bo corrects it. There's no club. We don't have a club. This ain't a club. Oh, you were watching the NFL draft, huh? Fell asleep. That's how exciting that was. Yeah, Fred, but are you flying with a group of people or are you flying by yourself? Because one of the fields I pass, I stopped going to because I was flying by myself. All the guys I flew with stopped flying, and I was flying by myself. And all right, I got to go find another field. And I knew of this other one, and it was farther away, but well worth the drive. All right, Dave. Well, let me know, man. As soon as they open it up, I'm coming up. You know, since I'm out of work, you know, gonna sign up for unemployment tomorrow. Um, right, Matt, and that's exactly what it is. They're pissed off because you can fly and they can't, so they have to, push their misery on you, and tell you can't do that stuff because they can't. I've definitely run into that, and it's just, whatever. You know, it's just so much more fun to go out to a field where everybody, wants to, and it's what's hilarious for me, and I really love this. Hang on a second, I want to read this one. Kenny, I'm going to Naples in August. Wedding, yeah. All right, great. Naples isn't far. Stop in and see me, honey Chuck. I'm north of Naples. You're gonna have to drive right past, unless you're flying in. But if you're driving down, you got to drive right past me to get to Naples. So yeah, let's get together. I'll take you flying. It only gets stressful during the elections. That's hilarious. Yeah. So what was I saying? All right. Oh, I know what I was saying. Yeah, the guys at my field, it's hilarious to see 50 and 60-year-old guys, even a couple of 70-year-old guys, tell you, "Hey, drop the parachute out of the back of the EC 1500. The cargo plane. We'll chase it." That cracks me up. These old guys want to chase a parachute, so they want me to drop the parachute. I think that's hilarious. That's the kind of fun we have. When the guys are actually asking you you know, to take your plane up with the parachute guy and drop them so they can chase it. And that just cracks me up. Right. It's impossible to get an officer. Nobody wants to be the officers. Nobody. Yeah. The club I went up to north of here that does the pylon racing. I met them one night. They'd never seen night flyers. So I stopped in there and I was talking to the guy, one of the guys there, that we became very good friends. And I had some planes in the car. I had a couple of night flyers in the car, and I was showing him the planes. I had my Avanti in the car, and he knew that plane because he had one. So we were talking about that, and then he says, I tell him about the night flyers. He goes, "Night flyers? You fly at night?" I go, "Yeah." You haven't seen a night fly? No, never saw a night fly plane. What are you talking about? And I said, "Well, I'll tell you what." I said, "Why don't you get a few of the guys together and come back out here tonight, and I'll come back and I'll put on a demonstration for you. I'll bring 5 or 6 things that fly in the dark, and I'll put on a little demo for you." And he said, "Okay." So I came back, and he had the club president there and a couple other officers there and their wives, and the wives just freaking freaked out. They loved it. They just absolutely loved it, especially the Air Titan, because of the color on it. They just flipped out on that one. And I put on a show for them. I flew all the different stuff I had that had lights on it, and they were amazed. They'd never seen a night fly plane. They just were absolutely amazed. The wives were crazy in love with the Air Titan, and yeah. So you know, but the president told me, he made a joke. He says, "Yeah, you know why I'm president, don't you?" I says, "Yeah, because nobody else wanted the job." And he started laughing. He goes, "Yep, that's why." I said, "Yep, I know. Been doing this a long time. I know exactly why you're president, because nobody else wanted the job. That's why you're president." Because he's been trying to get out of it. He's been trying to give it away, and nobody wants it. So he's still president because nobody else will take the job. Been there, done that. Got the T-shirt. So yeah, George, you're pretty lucky. Yeah, that's not the norm, my friend. I can tell you, and you're seeing it now. Yeah, that's just not the norm. Most clubs are a pain in the ass. Just you got the doers and then you got the bitchers. And the bitchers are always the guys that don't fly, and the doers are the guys that do fly and are but they don't want to be officers. Sometimes they want to be officers. Um, but yeah, it's I mean, if I had to join a club, I would, just so I had a place to fly. But I'm very thankful for what I have. Bo's so good to us, and and I don't have to put up with the crap. So, um, yeah, very lucky that I don't have to deal with that. No, Michael, the wives definitely didn't want me. I can promise you that wasn't the case. you know, they couldn't even see me. It was dark out. Well, maybe that's why they wanted me. They couldn't see me, so they didn't know what they were missing. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. Yeah, right, Air Marshal. See, that's typical, George. What Dave just said. It's yeah. That's it again, George. Teaching pilots. Oh my God, most clubs don't want new pilots. They you know you know they down here they're so strict they won't even let you fly. You have to. The one club that I pass is they're so bitchy there. Doesn't matter how long you've been flying, what your AMA number is, none of that. Doesn't matter. They don't care. You're going up with their instructor with an apprentice on a buddy cord, and you're going to show them you can fly before you're ever going to get an airplane of your own out of the car. It's just the way it is. And, oh my God. So, yeah, they're just ridiculous. So they don't have a lot of members. You know, nobody wants to fly. There's never anybody there. It's a bad setup anyway. It's on government property or, county property. The gate has to stay locked. So forget newbies walking in to see what it's all about. They're not allowed in. They don't have the code to the gate. And the gate has to stay locked all day. So if you're a member, you unlock the gate, pull in, close the gate, relock it. So you can forget about newbies coming in unless they come in with somebody. Yeah, it's a bad setup. Horrible people, bad setup. Just so I've been there a couple times during. They do a few shows a year. They have a Warbird one, and then they have a scale one and a Warbird one, and I think that's it. And I've gone to a couple of those over the years, just to check it out, and just I'm not joining the club. It's ridiculous. You got the nod, huh, Jeff? You got the nod up. Yeah, okay, you can fly. That's good. Yeah, at our field, most of the guys that come out there that are new can't fly, and they don't want any help either. You can offer to help them, and they don't want your help. They just want to keep putting the plane in a tree, and there's no trees. We got 40 acres we're flying on with not a tree in sight except the perimeter, and these new guys are always putting their planes in the trees. They're like, how in the hell are you hitting trees with all this open space? How in the hell are you hitting trees? It just cracks me up. There's no reason to ever be near a tree on our property. Ever. There's just no reason to ever be near a tree. If you're near a tree, you are flying in the wrong place. I mean, we got 800-foot long runways, and the trees are, 200-300 feet off the end of the runway, and none of our planes need 800 feet. So, you stay in the middle of the runway, and you're never anywhere near a tree. So, I don't know. It just cracks me up every time I see somebody put an airplane in a tree. Yeah, they don't care if you hit the runway or not. And obviously it's going to hit the ground. Gravity's always on. The buses are always running, and gravity's always on. Yeah. And most of the guys that fly at my field can't hit the runway. The most of the new pilots and a group of the old farts over there that don't want nothing to do with anything new technology or whatever. They can't hit the runway on a good day. And the runways are 50 feet wide, and they can't hit it. So, now we do have a bunch of good pilots there, too. And we've got a bunch of 3D pilots, good ones. These guys can fly. And they're a joy to watch. I love watching those guys fly. But, yeah, it's that group over there that, can't fly. Oh, wow, George, really? Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, we've got a couple of pilots out there that consistently fly over the pit area, and I've gone out and talked to them and said, "Listen, you can't fly over the pits. All right, that's just you can't do it. If you were in an AMA field, they'd eject you. Okay, So here you're just going to get a friendly reminder that you can't fly this side of the runway. Okay, the pit area is off limits. You can't fly over the pits. Okay, I don't care what else you do. To go out anywhere out there is fine. Do whatever you want. Crash on the runway. Don't hit the runway. We don't care, but don't fly over the pits. Okay. Some of them take it. Some of them bitch at you. Like, oh, well, I want to fly around myself. Okay, well then go stand out in the middle of the field and fly around yourself. You know, there's no rule about where you stand. If you want to go stand out there, go stand out there and fly around yourself. But don't fly over the pits. I don't know why somebody wants to, keep spinning around in circles, flying around themselves. And I haven't figured that one out either. Yeah, Mickey, that's pretty much how most clubs do it. Once you've been okayed by the instructor, you're pretty much good to go as long as you don't break rules. They don't care if you break your own airplane. But if they've got boundaries like you can't fly over that fence over there, or you can't fly over the pit area, or whatever, then as long as you don't break those rules, at that point you're pretty much on your own. Yeah, circle flying. That's good, George. Yeah, yeah. I don't understand that one at all. I never did that. Even when I was learning, I never did that. Flying by, I was told you don't fly behind us. That was all I need to be told. I never once flew behind me. Okay, yeah, during a pylon race, you fly around yourself. Yeah, that's true, Matt. Yeah, that's true. When you say, as soon as I read that, I was like, yep, he's right. So for you guys that have never pylon raced, it's 3 pylons. Pylon 1 is all the way down there, the far end. I don't know how far away it is. Depends on the size of the field. It's usually, you know, 300 yards, give or take, a couple hundred feet, usually. Pylons 2 and 3 are right here. You stand between 2 and 3. Not exactly in line with them, but in that general area. 2 and 3 are pretty close together here. And you usually have a spotter calling for you that tells you, pull it in, you're too wide, whatever. They get you set up to make your pylon turns at this end. So yeah, in that situation when you're pylon racing, you do fly around yourself, coming around 2 and 3. And then your spotter calls 1 for you because there's a flagman down there. Now at our field, we had shutters. We actually used window shutters. And the window shutters were painted green, fluorescent green, fluorescent pink, yellow, and blue. And when they would pull the shutter, it would turn black. So the front side of it was the color of the whole shutter, and the back side was black. And when your shutter turned black, your caller would tell you turn. He'd give you a ready, which you bank the plane, setting up for the turn, and then when the shutter would go black, he'd tell you turn, and you pull it around number 1, and you have to go around it. And then down here, 2 and 3, some guys like to be helped with these, and some guys got it on their own. They don't need help. But yeah, that's the one time Matt's right that I do fly around myself. But other than that, flying at the field, I never crossed the runway. It's you stay on the other side of the runway, because that's the rules, and so I don't know. I just never had a problem with that. Yeah, I do a lot of figure 8 flying, Randy. Yeah, I do that a lot. Um, High speed, low speed. But I do a lot of figure 8s. I do a lot of pattern maneuver stuff. I'll do, Cuban 8s, inverted Cuban 8s, loops, rolls, all that kind of stuff out in front. And figure 8s, I usually do one side of the 8 right side up and the other side of the 8 upside down and fly it like that. I do a lot of that. Um, Um, do you make sure, Dave, when you're teaching somebody to fly, that they don't crash their airplane? Or do you think it's part of the hobby to crash the plane so you have to take it home and fix it? Because a lot of the guys at my field that aren't qualified to be teaching anybody to fly think they should be teaching people to fly, and they're not going to take the plane away from you. They're going to let you crash it because that's part of the hobby. That's their attitude. I've never let a guy crash his airplane. I've been doing this for 47 years, and I've taught hundreds of people to fly, and I've never, ever, ever let a guy crash his airplane. Ever. I take it away from him before he can screw it up. So my guys always go home happy because they go home with an airplane. Then when these guys do it, people go home dejected, depressed, because they crashed the airplane because the teacher said it's part of the hobby. That's not my idea of part of the hobby. That's how I feel, George. Listen, they're going to have enough crashes on their own. They don't need the instructor letting them crash. What's the point of the instructor being there if you're going to let him crash his airplane? I don't get it. Plus, the fact is that your training for the day is over. If they crash the plane and break it, no more flying. So it's going to take the guy forever to learn to fly that way if he's fixing the plane more than he's flying it. So right. So that I've never done a buddy box setup. I just take the transmitter away from them. Um, but yeah, I don't let them. I don't let them crash. I mean, once they decide that they don't, like they take their plane and go out on their own. They don't say, "Hey, can you come with me? I want to go fly." Sure, I'll come with you. When they stop asking me to come with them, hey, you're on your own. They crash then. Whatever. You know, I'm not. I'm not going to force you to use me if you don't want me. I'm here for you, but if you don't want me, that's fine with me. Like you guys just said, it's your money, it's your airplane. So yeah, that's what I do too, George. I tell them, listen, when I ask for the box, don't argue with me. Don't tell me you got it. Just give me the box, okay? Once I know that the plane's safe again, you'll get it back and you can keep flying, okay? But if we crash the plane, you're done. No more flying today. So don't fight me for the box. If I ask for the box, just give it to me. Okay, don't let your ego get in the way. Just give me the box so we can save the airplane so you can keep flying all day today. And that usually when I explain it like that, they comply. You know, they don't argue with me. When I say give me the box, they just give it to me. Yeah, Buddy Box is great. Unfortunately, most people don't have radios out my field that are Buddy Box compatible, or they don't know how to set it up, or I don't have a radio that will comply with it either. If I know somebody's coming out there, um, I think my DX6 is a DX6i Buddy Box compatible. It is, isn't it? Right, three mistakes high. I always do that. That's always good advice. I do the same thing. I get them up high. You know. Yep, George, same thing. Yep, we check their planes out, make sure they got the ailerons going the right way and all that stuff. Yep. Check the CG, make sure it's, check their radio, make sure the battery's charged in the radio. You wouldn't believe how many people come out to the field with dead transmitters, where the needle, the voltage is like zero, dead batteries. Oh, I thought I charged them last night. You thought you charged them last night? Really? You know. Yeah, because in those conditions, I won't. Yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, if I know a guy's come out the field and wants the buddy box with me, I'll bring my DX6i with me, so that because most guys are on Spectrum. So yeah, I'll buddy box with them. I don't have a problem with it. You know, it's just most of the time we're not set up for it. Yeah, I do the same thing, George. If they want me to test fly it for them, I'll be happy to do that. I'll trim it out for them. Usually I get it trimmed out and it's flying good, and I'll hand it to them and let them fly it around a little bit. I'll still land it for them if they want me to, but after I've got it trimmed and everything, I just give it to them and let them get the feel of it. Make sure that they like the way I have it trimmed and everything's good. And then if they ask me to land, I'll ask them, hey, do you want to land it? Or do you want me to land it? And then usually they say, no, you go ahead and land it. I says, okay. And then I'll land it for them. And then they're on their own usually. I mean, if they ask me for more help, yes, absolutely, I'll help you. But I don't push myself on them. If I see him go out without me on the next flight, okay. I guess he's comfortable enough, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. Oh, so your club actually has a plane that you teach people with? Well, that's cool. Yeah, a lot of times I'm teaching them with my plane. I use my timber for training because I have it the way I have it trimmed out, half throttle and half flaps, and the plane just cruises so slow and so stable, with the safe on, and I get them up 3 mistakes high, and I give it to them, and usually I have them sitting in a chair so that we're both sitting there, very comfortable, very relaxed. I want them to be relaxed. I don't want them to get nervous, and I just let them cruise around with it. And I basically tell them don't fly over the runway, stay on that side of the runway, and just stay away from those trees that are way the hell out there. You shouldn't be anywhere near. And other than that, just fly it around. And usually after the second flight, I start giving them some, tasks. Hey, fly straight down the runway. Just follow the runway. Stay on track. Stay on course with the runways the best you can. I don't care what altitude you're at. Just stay on course with the runway. And then when they get to the end, I says, okay, now turn around and come back and do the same thing going the other way. I start giving them little tasks to do. But in the beginning, usually the first or second flight, I just let them do whatever they want. Just stay out there. And you have 6 apprentices at your field? Wow, really? A Rebel and a T-28. Man, that's fantastic, Dave. Wow. Yeah, we don't have any club planes. I mean, a lot of guys have planes that let other people fly, like I do, but, there's a lot of that. But we don't have any, because we don't have a club. So there's no club planes. That's a good choice, Paul. Yeah, the Mini Apprentice Buddy Box is a great idea. Stay off the pipe, but don't forget to wipe. uh, yeah. We haven't had anybody come out to the field with mode 1 yet, but we had one guy come out to the field that taught himself to fly, and he taught himself that up elevator was up stick. Okay, so he had the elevator reversed. He had the ailerons correct, he had the rudder correct, throttle obviously correct, but he had the elevator wrong. And he learned to fly that way, and So yeah, it was down elevator to go up because he thought the stick goes up, the plane goes up. That was the way he taught himself to fly. And I mentioned to him one day. I said, "Did you ever think about learning to fly it the right way?" And he says, "Oh no." He says, "I'm not going through that again." I said, "Okay. Well, the only reason I brought it up is because if forever there's a reason out here, you know, maybe a bee stings you, something like that, emergency situation, and somebody needs to help you. Nobody out here can fly your airplane. They're going to stuff it in the ground because you're backwards on the elevator. So just food for thought. And that got him thinking. So he may have decided to relearn it. I haven't seen him. Saw him a couple times after that. Um, but that seemed to get his attention when I told him that. He goes, "Yeah." I could see the expression on his face. And he said, "Yeah, I never thought of that." I said, "Yeah, it's just a suggestion. You may want to learn to, fly it the right way like everybody else so that you wanted to fly one of our planes or you wanted us to fly your plane or if you're ever in trouble and need help that we can help you because right now we can't." And so he I think he gave it some thought, but I don't know if he ever switched or not. Well, that had to be fun. Mode 3. Holy crap. Damn Kiwis. You never fly when you're not in the mode. Michael, you're a nut. You know that? You're crazy. Yeah, I don't fly when I'm not in the mode either. I definitely have to be in the mode. Yeah, this bargain helicopter I bought. Um, the radio came all four modes. You can set it for all four modes. And that's the first time I'd ever seen mode 3 and 4. I knew there was a 1 and 2. I didn't know there was a 3 and 4 until I bought this helicopter with the radio, and it had all four modes on it. You could switch it. So I was like, wow, this is nuts. Honey Chuck, you've got a single stick transmitter? No shit. I do too, but I can't find it. It's driving me nuts. When I moved, I had misplaced it, and then I stumbled onto it one day, and I was like, "Oh man, there it is!" I said, "I gotta put this someplace where I won't lose it because I want to show the guys at." And it's in that black hole that where everything I put, it's I want to put it in a safe place so I don't lose it. So now I don't know where I put it. It's here somewhere, but I don't know where it is. But I have a single stick radio also, 6 channel. I love that thing. But it's so old. I mean, it's really old. It's 70, probably 73. No no mixing, no nothing. Yeah, it's just a 6-channel single stick radio. It doesn't have any mixing switches. Doesn't have any dual rates. Doesn't have a trainer button. There's no pocket in the back. Module bay. Nothing. Nothing. It's just a single stick, 6-channel, bare bones radio. But I love that radio. So I love flying single stick. I saw one day somebody makes a stick to put in your new radios. You just put it in the, in the right hand gimbal. You replace the gimbal with a single stick gimbal, so it's got the knob on top. And I saw that they make it. If you want to convert back to single stick, but you'd still have to modify the transmitter to put the throttle on the side. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, George, it's very cool. You actually you cradle the radio this way, okay? So you have one stick here. There's no stick over here. This side of the radio just has switches if you've got stuff like that, or screen or something. But you got one stick here. Your throttle and trim is over here on the side. You hold the radio like this. You just cradle it, and you grab a hold of the knob. The rudder knob is on top of the stick. It's a big rubber knob, big knob. So you work your rudder, and then you elevator and aileron is the stick, and the rudder is on the knob. And I used to love flying that way. Mine was a Royal radio. It's a blue case, Royal, back in the 70s. And it's very cool. I'll put it on the show one night. As soon as I find the damn thing, I keep looking for it. I can't find it. But I've been wanting to show it to you guys. Because I know a lot of you guys haven't seen a single stick radio. So I keep wanting to find it to show it to you. That's why I put it in that safe place so I could show it to you. I don't know where I put it. It was in the box with I should have just left it in the box. Because my Futaba radios were in the box. And my other craft radio, like this one. Yeah, so the single stick looked like this. Okay, but this stick had a knob on top. It was a big fat, the stick had a big wide cone coming up, and then a big knob on top. And it looked like this. And then you had a slider like this, trim tab type thing, on the side of the radio over here, and that was your throttle. So you'd hold it like this, and you'd fly it like this. And yeah, it was very cool. I loved flying single stick. I wish I could find the damn thing. Hey, here's the radio I was just telling you about with all four modes are on this radio. And of course it's dead, or it doesn't have any batteries in it. But this is the radio for that helicopter, so it has all 4 modes. It's the only radio I've ever seen with all 4 modes. Actually, I take that back. Yeah, and these batteries are all corroded as well. Throw these away. Yeah, there's my other helicopter radio I bought, the WL Toys, I think it's called. I think that radio has all 4 modes on it too. It's a pretty clever setup. You know, it's got digital trims right here, inside here. But these levers out here on both sides change it from, you know, the throttle, it stays put. You could flip that up and now it's, you know, it's got a self-center. And then you flip this one up and now this one's the, you know, non-centering. So you can switch it from non-centering that easy. Just flipping these two switches, you know, and you get, you know, the throttle's back on this side and the self-center's over here, and you flip them the other way, and now the self-centering's over here and the throttle's over here. You know, and then it's just a matter of programming it internally with the, and you do that, you know, whether the rudder's here or the aileron's here, you know, because it switches from mode 3 and 4. But yeah, it's a very clever radio. Yeah, that's the best way I've ever seen anybody set up a radio to be multi-mode. You know, where you don't have to take the back of the radio off and fiddle around with screwing the detents and all that nonsense. You just flip these switches and you're ready to go. So it was very cool. I was very impressed with that when I saw that on this radio. Well, that's probably gone. I'll bet I never find that screw. Yeah, I'll probably never find that screw. That's alright. I'm not going to look for it tonight. Yeah, Dave, maybe that's how we get women back into the... get women in the hobbies. Go back to single-stick radios, yeah. It's a good idea. It's a good plan. Yeah. Yeah, they all say they want 12 inches, George. Till they get it, and then they don't want it. Not speaking from experience, but a friend of mine has told me stories. Apparently, he's hung like a horse. And he says he has trouble keeping women because he goes too long and he's too big. And they don't like it. They all get excited at the beginning, but none of them want it after that. Yeah, that's true, Michael. Yeah, you might get more guys with the single stick. Oh, God. 1 minute remaining gear down. Yeah, pull up, pull up, pull out, pull out. Chuck, you leaving us? All right, buddy. Thanks for being here. Have a good night, buddy. The cervix pushes up, motherfucker. Oh my God, that's hilarious. God, I wish I could find that damn radio. I don't know where the hell I put that son of a bitch. I'll find it. I'll have it on the show one night. I promise. I will find it. I'll probably bring the same night. I'll probably bring my old Futaba radios out too, just so we can all reminisce about those too, because I know a lot of you guys had those. Hey, George. Thank you again, man. Appreciate it. Glad you were here. Have a good night. Probably see you tomorrow night. And if Dave's RC, I'll see you there. We'll have some more fun. It's always fun, Dave's show. Unless he's doing his banking. Yeah, not that one. Oh yeah, that one. Oh yeah, do it again. Yeah, my radio says all that stuff. As the for you, you Free Sky guys, you know the Amber package. It's pretty funny. All right, Jeff. Yeah, the buses are always running. We'll get you at your stop. Don't worry. As long as you're not asleep. It's real easy to miss your stop if you're asleep. So, Dave, did Dynam send you any more airplanes to review for him? Yeah, the Amber Pack is funny, honey Chuck. I wasn't going to put it in my radio. It was okay. It was funny, but I wasn't going to bother. And then another buddy of mine wanted it in his radio, so I had to download it for him anyway. So since I had it downloaded, I went ahead and put it in my radio, so that I could put it in his radio. Well, Michael, that's a good question. You know, pretty much. Um, if you're just flying foam planes, the the 9 gram servos that you get from anybody pretty much will work fine. Most foamies are just, that's enough. Um, oh God, I was gonna do a video today and I forgot. Um, I'll tell you about it here in a second. I'm gonna do a video on it either later tonight or tomorrow. Um, so yeah, but if you're flying something bigger, like you're gonna get that. Um, the Valiant, the Balsa Valiant that's bigger. Um, you might want to look at like the high tech standard size servo, which is generally 17 to 26 gram, somewhere in that range. It'll probably tell you in the instructions what size servo to get. Um, as far as torque, on a plane like that, it's not going to be an issue. Torque only really comes into effect on um, if you were flying like a 3D plane and you're banging those, hard full throw, and you need it, at high speed, and you need it to be able to hold it. That's when you worry about a torque of a servo. most cases, any servo is going to do the job to just fly an airplane around. If you're looking for that high tech stuff because you're going to build a high tech 3D plane, go on RC groups and go in that section and ask them, hey, what do you guys use for servos when you're flying a 3D plane to its max ability? You're gonna really push it hard. What do you guys use? And you'll get recommendations. But you're Valiant. I'd say any brand. I would put good stuff in it. I'd buy high tech. That's a good quality servo for a very reasonable price. I just put anywhere from a 17 to a 26 gram servo in it. Just see which ones are going to fit. It should say in the instructions what they recommend. And that's what I would do. And you'll be fine. Those are good servos. Plenty of torque. Dave's trying to simulate the amber package on his IX-12. Not bad, Dave. You almost have it. I would definitely use a Metal Gear servo on the elevator. If, other than that, if it was a nose gear plane, I would put one on the rudder. Being a tail dragger, probably don't need it. It's up to you. Listen, if the price difference is only a couple dollars, it's definitely worth a couple bucks to get Metal Gear servos and be done with it. Which is what I was going to do a video on tonight. The E-Flight 26 gram Metal Gear servos that come in like the Cessna 150 and some other planes. If it fails on you where it's either jammed or it's like it's got a stripped gear, it doesn't work anymore, it's easy to fix it. The only thing wrong with it is the counter gear pin that's between the servo arm gear and the motor. There's a counter gear stack on a pin. The pin's bent. And I'm going to do a video on it. You're going to see it tomorrow. The pin's bent. Just pull it apart, straighten the pin, and put it back together. The servo's good. I already bought a replacement servo because it's on the nose wheel. The nose wheel takes a hard hit on the Cessna if you hit a gopher hole or something like that. And I jammed the servo and bent the pin. And I didn't know I bent the pin. I thought I stripped a gear, so I bought another servo. And then it happened again. And I took the servo apart, and it was just the pin was bent. So I straightened the pin, and the servo's perfect. So that's $30 savings, because those damn servos are $30 a piece. Yeah, those are both good choices. I particularly like the Tower Pro Metal Gear servos because they're super cheap, and I've never had one of those fail yet. It's a good servo, especially for the money. When you buy them in packs of 10 or 20, they're like $2 a piece. Maybe $2.60 a piece, and that's a screaming good deal for a Metal Gear servo that's reliable. I've never had one fail. So, but those other ones are both good choices too. Emax makes a great servo. Freewing, the only problem I've had with Freewing is they don't always center. I've had servos that just don't center right. You kick the rudder and then it comes back to here, and then you kick it the other way and it comes back to here. And there's always that little, you know. So I've had some issues with the free wing servos not centering perfectly, but I've never had one fail, but I've had some issues with them centering. So I just think the Tower Pros are great because they work great and they're cheap. My God. Um, right, the purple sticker ones. Yep, yep. Those are the Metal Gear ones, the ones with the purple sticker. And now there's an aftermarket company copying them. So make sure it says Tower Pro on it because there's another company making purple sticker servos that look exactly like the Tower Pro, but they don't say Tower Pro on them. They just have a purple label on them, black, black servo, purple sticker, but they're not Tower Pro servos. I don't know if they're any good or not, but just be aware. Make sure the ones you're buying say Tower Pro on them. I don't know if the other ones are any good or not. I haven't bought those yet. But I just ran into that the other day. I was buying some more Tower Pro servos, or I was gonna buy. I didn't buy them. And yeah, so now there's a company copying the Tower Pro ones with the purple sticker. But it doesn't say Tower Pro on it, so just be aware. Hmm. Well, that's interesting, Dave. Yeah, I haven't had any of those. Yeah, I decided I've got all the servos out of these Avantis I've lost, and my old Crow from Freewing. I'm just going to start cannibalizing all the servos out of those planes. I don't need to buy any more. I got plenty of servos. They're kind of loud. Do you care? As long as they work good, I don't care if they're loud. They can't hear them in the air. I mean, the plane's flying. Yeah, I don't hear the servos. So, but yeah, I've had other brand servos that were loud. The E-Flight servos are loud. Um, I changed the rudder servo on my Cessna to a Futaba. I think it was a 3301. I think. And oh my God, that servo, the Futaba servo was whisper quiet compared to the E-Flight servo. So, really, Roy? Man, I rarely ever go through servos. Very rarely. I mean, that's why I never cannibalized. The servos. I left all the servos in the plane because it's easy to know where they are. If I keep the foam, I know, okay, the servo's, the flap servo's right there. So if I need it, I just pull it out, plane, and use it. So I always left everything in the plane, but I'm getting tired of looking at these crashed planes. So I think I'm just going to rip them all out of all the planes and then get rid of the rest of the foam. I keep this stuff because I reuse this foam. If I have a crash or something happens and I take a chunk out of a wing or something, it's real easy to cut, the chunk out of here to fill the hole in the other plane. It's already got basic shape. It's close. You cut it so you make it close, and then you sand it to fit. And so this foam is super great for repairs. So that's why I hang on to it. So that's why I leave the servos in it, because I don't have to go looking for servos. I know where they are. Hey, let me go grab that Avanti and pull a servo out of it. So that's what I do. So I've got 2 Avantis and a Oak Crow that I can pull a bunch of servos out of. So yeah, I'm not buying any more servos. I'm going to use those for now. That's probably enough for a lifetime. Unless, well, the T-clip that I had on the table the other night, I'm going to have to put servos in that. And they're probably not going to get 9-gram servos. It'll probably get the high-tech 30. Actually, I think those are 3301s also. I just realized that Futaba and High-Tech, I think, are using the same numbers. Oh, that's it. Interesting, Matt. How do you use the foam to make a stand? Man, I'd love to see how you're doing that. That's got to be pretty creative. I loved your show Monday night, Dave, but I gotta tell you, I missed the flying circus. You know, I really enjoy watching you guys fly like that. So, um, I wouldn't say I was disappointed, but yeah, maybe I was disappointed. I don't know. It was a good show, but yeah, I was kind of disappointed. I was looking forward to the flying circus again, and you know, but yeah, it was a good show though. That is funny, Michael. uh, I'll have to remember that. I don't have to crash the airplane to know where the servo is. Hey, that's good advice. Avoid the clap, Jimmy Dugan. Okay, Matt. Now I build these really cool airplane racks for my planes. Um, if you go to my channel, it looks like a Christmas tree. It's all lit up, got jingle bells playing, and it's a funny video, but it shows you a rack I built out of PVC pipe that'll hold 8 airplanes. It sits on a table. It only takes up a 2x2 space, and works out real well. Is that what he was doing? Well, he would know because he was there for it. he got to see it live. Oh, that's hilarious. Uh, nice wreck. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it, buddy. I'm trying to lose it. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, I keep losing the damn radio. It's camouflage. You set the damn thing down, it disappears. Like, oh shit, where did I put my radio? Yeah. Oh God. The guys make that joke out at the flying field all the time. It's hilarious. How many of you guys have Arrows RC airplanes? Specifically the Mustang, but you know, any of them, any of the Warbirds. Here's a little fun fact. Maybe you guys realize or didn't. Um, the decals on the airplane, the wing and the fuselage, are hydro dipped. It's not a water slide. It's not a peel and stick. It's actually hydro dipped onto the plane. So, which is the best way to do it. I mean, that's the best looking. You know, they don't come off. They don't peel. Hydro dipping an airplane is the best way to ever do it. And the aeroplanes are hydro dipped. So, just in case you didn't know that. At least I know the Mustang and the Bearcat are. I don't know about the other ones. I haven't gotten those yet. But the Mustang for sure and the Bearcat are hydro dipped. Yeah, check it, Roy. Check the Bearcat. I don't know about the Corsair. I want to get that one. I don't have it yet. But if you look at it close, you'll realize that there's no water stencil border around it. It's all hydro dipped. You know, so it's you won't be able to feel it. You know, you can run like your nail over it or anything. There's nothing there to feel. It's you know, and that's the company that started that was ARC, who used to make the airfield planes for nitro planes. They were hydro dipping their planes. That's how I first found that out. Um, yeah, of course the buses are running GB, especially Garth's bus. Garth's bus is always on the road. So that was the first time and it took me the longest time to figure it out because I knew it wasn't a decal, and it took me a long time to figure out what the hell, how they put the. I thought it was stencil painted, but then I realized what it was. They hydro dipped it. So very cool process, and seeing it on a foam airplane was the coolest thing I'd seen. So. You were here at the beginning of the show, GB, weren't you? Would you leave and come back? Michael writes, did you send that the midget stripper uh, link to anybody else but me? Like to GB? Because if you haven't sent it to GB, send it to him. What's in the damn red bottle? It's Cinch glass cleaner. I use it for everything. I clean everything with it. It's good stuff. You missed it earlier. I had my giant scale RC cars on the table, and they were pretty dirty, so I was cleaning them. I just took about 20 minutes of the first part of the show to do a little show and tell with some of my giant scale RC cars. I'll get one. I'm not gonna go through the whole series, but I'll get the coolest one. You'll enjoy it. How's that? That's pretty badass, huh? The one you sent me, dude, was a whole. You know, if you went to the page, it's like 30 midget strippers. You know, I don't know what the hell you think you sent me, but that's what you sent me. Holy crap! Thank you, GB. Yeah, I bought when I tell you guys that if it's RC, I own it. This is what I'm talking about. I have probably 12 of these, this size, and then a shitload smaller. And but I just had, and it's toy grade. It's beautifully done. I mean, it's a beautiful car, but you know, it's just a. This is a Jado models RC car. The lights work. It drives around. It looks really cool. It's fun to take to a car show. Um, that's which is what I would do with them. I'd go to a car show and take these with me. It wasn't me. Don't know. Hang on, I'll look again. I'm pretty sure it was you. Okay, it wasn't you. Who sent me this? Hang on a minute. I gotta find it now. I'm gonna send it to you. I thought you sent it to me. No, I wasn't talking about the big fat chick. That's not what I was talking about. Hang on, let me find it. Was it Tim? It was Tim. All right, so let me forward this. I'm gonna forward it. Hang on. Okay, I just sent it to your phone, Mike. Check it. I don't know if I have you on here, GB. I'd send it to you too if I have you. If you've got GB's, forward it on to GB, will you? I'm looking to see if I have them, but I don't see them in my list here. Forward it to GB. You don't have it? I sent it to you. You should have it. All right, Randy. I just saw your name on my list. I'll send it to you. Where the hell did you go? I just saw you. I think it's through Facebook, um, Michael, because that's the way you always send me stuff. So that's yeah, I send it back through Facebook, not Messenger. Well, I guess it's Facebook Messenger. I don't know. I don't know how this shit works. There you are. All right, Randy, I just sent it to you too. So when you get it, Randy, you send it to GB. Now this is through, I believe, Facebook Messenger, not phone number Messenger. I believe. So if you're not on Facebook, go check your Facebook thing. Yeah, GB, if you find me, then send me a message and I'll send it back to you. Yeah, Dave, there you go. Okay, I just got some. Somebody sent me something. Oh, Michael sent me a message. Okay, so he said he sent it to you. Yeah, Bill, that would be cool. I would like that. Actually, I love that the long easy. So yeah, if somebody would build one of those, that'd be very cool. I'm surprised Flight Test hasn't built one. That's right up there. That's one of those oddball things that they would build. Who's Ryan that just sent me a message? Ryan ST. Is that um who the heck is that? Is that oh, you know, GB, I call you Garth because I really don't know your name. Is that you? Are you Ryan? Oh, Ryan equals Garth. Okay, I never knew your first name. Yeah, I figured it was something that began with G, and then one night you told me that it actually stood for Garth Brooks, and I started laughing. I'm like, holy crap! Okay, what's this guy's name? You know, that's why I started calling you Garth, because that's what you told me those initials were for. So, okay, cool. Now we're together. Now we're hooked up. I just sent you a message. We're hooked up. Ryan Garth Princess. So we got another Ryan in the room. We got a bunch of Ryans. All right. I'll just keep calling you Garth. That'll be less confusing. What am I running over? My keys. Okay. So you got the link already, GB. You don't need me to send it to you, right? Writes to send it to you. Oh God, really? I can just imagine what they've sent you. Oh, that's hilarious. Plans? What are you looking for? Plans for what? Yeah, I already caught that part of it, GB. I figured. When you said that, I figured, okay, I'm sure I know what this is. Oh, plans for long easy. Oh, I got you. I got you. Um, God, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen plans for one. Come to think of it, have you checked eBay? Sometimes there's guys out there selling plans. I don't think they have any right to sell plans. They'll take a kit, that they bought years ago or whatever, and then they'll copy the plans and put them up for sale on eBay. And I'm sure they're breaking a copyright, you know, to resell plans from, say, Great Plains or, some other company. And that's what they're doing. I seriously doubt that's legal, but. Shower time, huh? Yeah, that's exactly why I was suggesting eBay, because somebody that bought that kit from Bud has probably put the plans up on eBay because everybody's doing it now. So there might be a set of plans out there on eBay. I'd go look for you guys, but I'm sure I'd screw the chat up if I tried to do that. So I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. Hmm. I'm trying to put my scroll back on my page to test it, and I can't seem to figure out how I did it. What am I missing here? Hmm, that's weird. Very weird. Hmm. Interesting. How am I removing the trees? Actually, no, I'm using an electric chainsaw. Um, well, I borrowed a gas chainsaw to cut down a couple of them, just to cut them down. But I have a couple of electric chainsaws. And they're actually Black & Decker. Um, I got a free... somebody gave me a brand new Black & Decker, well, Craftsman, same thing. Leaf blower. Battery-operated leaf blower. But they didn't have the charger for it. Brand new battery in it. It didn't work. The only thing wrong with it was I took it apart and the switch, where they had plugged the wires onto the switch, they didn't plug the one wire on all the way and fell off. So I plugged the wire on the switch and it worked. Okay, so now I got a brand new battery-operated leaf blower and no way to charge it. So I went online to see if I could buy a charger, and they wanted like $100 for the charger. And I'm like, well, screw that. But I could buy the saw that came with a battery and a charger for like $100. Or no, I think it was $200, $199. But it came with another battery and the charger. So I bought the saw. Love that thing. Works fantastic. So I've been cutting all my trees. You know, I've cut them all up until these trees. I've been cutting them down with that saw, and cutting them up. But since a buddy of mine brought me his chainsaw to fix for him, a gas-powered one. So I fixed it, so I've been using it just to cut the trees down. And then I use my electric one to cut them up. Because it's just so much easier to do. I'm burning them. I can burn on my property, so I'm just burning them. So I got it, and it's going tonight. I cut a whole there's a whole tree on the fire tonight. And I just cut it up and throw it on the fire. And, you know, when I get done with my show, whatever time we end, 2, 3, whatever, I'll go back out there, and there'll be some stuff that didn't burn along the perimeter of the burn pit, and I'll just pick all that stuff up and throw it back in the fire, and that'll burn the rest of the night. And then tomorrow, when I go out there and start cutting more trees, the coals will still be hot, and I can just throw more stuff right on it. You have a solar-powered chainsaw. Wow, that's impressive. It's going to be 40 by 60, Bill. Yeah, Honeychuck's got it. 40 by 60. Yeah. If I wasn't going to put an apartment in it, I could easily put 10 cars in it. But since I'm going to put a shop, my new studio / apartment, you know, man cave, on not quite half of it, I'll still be able to get 6 cars in it. So there's going to be, you know, kind of an apartment style, a build room, a full bath, and a living room studio. You know, the studio is going to be the living room. And so I have my TV on the far wall, my couch. I think I'm going to put a rack behind me here, shelving. I'm going to put a lot of my trophies. I'll never get them all on there, but all my trophies from racing planes, racing cars, both full-size cars and RC cars. I got a shitload of trophies, and I'm going to put a trophy rack behind the couch, which of course the camera will be on me on the couch, so you'll be able to see all the trophies I have. And because I just want someplace to put them all together, and I don't know where else to put them, so I figure why not put them in the living room above my couch. You know, they'll be out of the way there. They'll be on display there. So that's what I plan on doing there. And then I'll have a table a coffee table in front of me, and whatever plane I want to throw on the table that night, either in a rack or just sitting on the table, whatever. So I figured that's the way I'm going to do it. That might change, but that's kind of the plan. I figure I could just put the camera up in front of the television while I'm doing the show, and then move it to the side when I'm watching TV. And but the hobby room's going to probably be somewhere in the range of oh, maybe like 20 by 30, maybe. I'm thinking. Um, I'm gonna. So I've got this all planned out. So it's going to be on the right side of the garage, and the left side of the garage is where the cars are going to go. And I'm going to park them at an angle. So I'm going to 45 the corner of the room. If it comes out 30, I'm going to 45 the corner of it so that I can get the car pulled up and diagonaled in easier. So the far corner, the closest corner coming in, will have a diagonal in it, and then the rest of the apartment, whatever, man cave part of it, will only be about, I don't know, maybe 20. Because the bathroom doesn't need to be more than like, I don't know, 8 by 10. Maybe, so there'll be a hallway that connects to the big room, the model room, and a hallway to the living room. It's going to be a living room / kitchen, great room kind of thing. And then the bathroom will be in the hallway connecting the two. And it's going to have a full bath so I can take a shower or, shit and shower, whatever. Because I want to be able to, if I'm out there working on cars and I'm all greasy and shit, I don't want to have to go into the house and get the shower in there all dirty. I'd rather shower out in the garage, before I go in the house. So that's the plan. And it's still in the works. I haven't, actually started laying anything down just yet, but that's kind of the plan. It might change. I might I might put an extra bedroom in there somewhere. Maybe make the living room smaller and have a bedroom also. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. So, well, and I may go vertical. I may go up because if the walls are 12 foot at the side, peaking to 18 foot at the peak, so there's enough room to put it upstairs, and I might. I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna get the downstairs built first, and then I may put an upstairs above it, and just to have more living space out there, more usable space. And then I may put a bigger hobby room upstairs, and then turn the hobby room downstairs into a pool hall, a pool room, billiards, because I love playing pool. Been wanting a pool table forever, and now I'm going to get one. It may go in the main house. I don't know. That's up to the wife. She's going to decide whether we want to make room for the pool table or not in there, or I'm going to have it out in the garage. But so yeah, I got a lot of ideas still. It's still all in the works, but I'm going to take care of all the electrical and the plumbing and everything myself. I may even I might do the concrete myself. I'm definitely doing all the tree removal myself. I'm debating on the concrete, either doing part of it, like digging the footer and all that, and then let them put the rebarb down and pour the concrete, or I may do all of it and have the forms and everything up, and then all they have to do is pour the concrete. They don't have to do any of the work of the concrete, just pour it. Or I may do the whole thing myself, including floating it out. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I have a buddy that does it. I got to get a hold of him and see how much he's going to charge me to just float it out or do the whole job. See what he's going to charge me. But I know for sure I could do the tree work, so that was no, that was a given. I was definitely going to do the tree work myself. I know. I wanted. Listen, Mike. I wanted a. Originally, I wanted a 60 by 100 building because I had every intentions of living in it. We weren't going to buy a house. I was going to build a house inside the garage, that we could live in. Um, and I'm still going to do just a smaller version of it, but much smaller version of it. But that was the original plan, and I just can't get the wife on board with it. She just doesn't believe. After I get it done, she's going to wish she'd let me do it because she's going to love it. But right now, she's not on that game. So we may keep the trailer and remodel it, or we may just have. I already have it sold. There's a guy that wants it for a hunting camp, and he'll pay to move it. So if we get a good enough deal from the bank to refinance a new construction home and roll the garage into the home as a one payment deal, and get a good enough deal on it, we might do that. But we had to do the garage first because we needed a place to live while they're either building the house or moving the trailer and building the house or whatever. So yeah, the garage had to come first. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We had to do the garage first. Plus, it increases the value of the total property, which is what the bank will approve a loan for. Okay, so if the property without the garage is worth $100,000, and with the garage, it's worth $130,000. And then we add a $100,000 house, that's $230,000. So we could borrow against the property for $230,000. That's what the bank said. So I said, well, then it's better if I put the garage on first. Well, yeah, actually, doing it the way you're going to do it, yeah, it would be, because you'll be eligible for more money, which means a bigger house. If we want to get a bigger house, we'll have the money to do it. Probably going to do a line of credit loan with them. We're still debating all that, but step by step, the first step is we got to build a garage so that we can live in it while we're either having the home built or not. So that was how it had to go. Yeah, Bill, I know. Yeah, I figure though, the more work I do, the cheaper the price is going to be, no matter who I go with. So if I cut all the trees down and all that, and then I dig the footer and, get all of it dug up, all they have to do now is come in and put the forms up and lay the rebar in the dirt. It's got to be cheaper, and it's just labor. I can dig, I got a shovel. I know how to work it. So yeah, even if I only get half of it done, whatever, it's whatever I get done is going to lower the price. So at some point I might just say, okay, that's enough, and call somebody and say, okay, I've got it this far. How much to finish it? So that's what I'm working at. I've already put an addition on another house of mine, so I can do all the plumbing and the wiring myself, no problem. So I'll have all that part to do for sure. Got a lot of termites down here. So the inner walls, it's a metal building I'm putting up. The apartment I build inside of it's probably going to be all metal as well. I'm probably going to use metal studs instead of wood. I thought about using pressure treated wood, but carpenter ants will eat that shit anyway. So I figure if I use steel studs, I won't have to worry. So I'm thinking I'm going to do steel studs and drywall to build the man cave part of it. I'm going to put French doors inside. Now I don't know if I'm going to only put one set of French doors in or two. I think I'm going with one. And I may, depending on how it works out, I may put the French doors actually on the 45. The 45 is so that when I pull the car in, I can pull right into the 45 and then cut the diagonal into the lift, because I'm going to have a car lift, will be in the first stall. So I'll be able to pull up to the 45 and then diagonal over, pull onto the lift, or it's going to be a 2-post lift. I could store one car on the lift and then put another one under it. So that gets an extra car. So now it's one from 6 to 7, possibly 8, depending on what size the car is. Because 60 feet long, I should be able to park 3 cars in there. I'll have 4 down the side, 3 up the middle. So that's 7 plus the one on the rack. If I put one up in the air, that's 8. So, and then the living space on the other side. And I'm going to narrow the living space on the other side to give me more room to do car stuff. So that's why the big room is going to stick out and have a 45 on it. And if I make the 45 big enough, I can actually put the French doors so that I can get the planes in and out. Open the French doors up and then get the planes in and out easier. So I'll just have the French doors open out into the garage, and then I can just carry the planes right out of the hobby room, straight out the door, the overhead door, which is 12 by 12, put them in the car, and go flying. So that's the plan. That's the plan as it is right now. I don't know what the final iteration of it will be, but that's, basically what I'm going for. So, and yeah, we've already figured out that with all the toolboxes I have 9 toolboxes. A big, snap-on, got a lot of tools. I have my own tire machines. I have, basically, I have hoists, engine hoists. I have everything to open my own business as a garage, except a wheel alignment rack. And I actually have a feed on one of those. I just haven't pulled the trigger on that yet because I don't need it right now. I need the garage more than I need the rack. So I'm passing on that for now. I'm sure another one will come up. But I have everything else. So it really cracks people up when they see I have my own tire machines. So, but anyway, yeah, so that's the plan. It's not going to be near as big as I wanted, but I'll make do. I'll make it work. Whatever I got to do, I'll make it work. The build room is the big issue. I just don't know. And the only reason that's even a slight problem is because of the air conditioning. I want the build room and the storage for the planes to be air conditioned. So if I put an upstairs and store planes upstairs, I want them inside the structure that's air conditioned, so that they're not out in the heat. And then, work on them downstairs. And that's still a possibility. And I don't mind if I have to go outside the door to go up a staircase to go up, in upstairs. That's fine. I don't give a crap about that. I just don't know yet. We'll have to just wait and see how it goes. I might put a loft from the downstairs, on the upstairs where it's inside the air conditioning, but it's only a loft where I can either go up a staircase to the side and I don't know, and up over the railing, to the loft, or maybe I'll put a whole, I don't know. Well, we're going to build it as we go. We'll see what happens. I'm just glad it's finally going to happen. It's been years we've been planning this, and she left before we got it. We had it all planned, and then she left, so that set us back a couple of years. And then she came back, and now the building's ordered. So she's not going to back out of it now. It's already ordered. We already put the down payment down. We've got paid for the engineer drawings. They should be coming in the mail any day. The Corona shit might be a holdup. I don't know if I can submit them to the county building to get a permit or not. I don't know if there's anybody there. I don't know if I can do it online, So we might have to wait till this Corona thing's over before I can get the permit into the county building, so we can start putting the building up. So thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. I'm gonna. I've been taking pictures of the trees as I'm cutting them down, so I'm gonna do a slideshow for that. And when I do the concrete work, I'll either have a video camera running live, or I may just do a video. Okay, so you'll get to see the concrete work as I'm doing it. And then when they put the building up, I'm going to be live. I'm going to have the camera out there running live the entire time they're building it. So it'll be recorded for posterity. If you guys want to hang out live while they're doing it, great. If you don't, you'll get to see it on the replay, but it'll be on YouTube. And so I'm going to try to capture as much of it as I can. But it's definitely going to happen because we've already spent the money. So, like I said, I wanted one that was like 60. I had a couple. Originally I wanted 60 by 80. Then the one place told me they couldn't do a 60 span. The farthest they could go is 50. So then I changed it to 50 by 100. I said, okay, let's do a 50 by 100. Okay, and then we started checking around for loans and stuff, and we got a better rate on a lesser loan, so the building's going to be about 30 grand. That's them. That's everything. That's everything but the concrete work. That's them coming out, putting it up, delivering it, and putting it up. You know, the whole building's 12-foot sides to an 18-foot peak. They put the whole thing up. They bring it out. They deliver it. They install it. $30,000. That was the best deal I could find on it. And at the time, you know, we could afford a little more, but not the 50 by 100. That was going to be in the 45 range, I think. And I know later I'm gonna regret that I didn't get the bigger building. I know, because it's going to fill up fast. I already know. But you got to do what you can do. And I just couldn't do the 45 grand. So we're going with this, and we'll make it. I'm just going to make it work. Whatever I got to do. I might have to sell a couple cars. We'll see. Just to get, because I may want to make the, instead of going up, I may want to go bigger. I don't know. We'll see. You'll get to see. I'm gonna. You're going to see all the progress pretty much as it happens. I haven't put any of the pictures of the tree cutting yet because there's not that much to see yet. I mean, I've got pictures of the way it looked with one car parked in the garage diagonal where it's going to go, and there's markers, but you can't see the markers in the ground. I mean, you can if you take my picture and then like put it in paint or something, then blow it up, you'll be able to see the markers because they're. I used the garden lights, the solar powered lights. I put one of those in each corner. So I have some nitro planes. I don't have any gasoline planes. Never flew gas. I flew nitro. And I still have some nitro planes, yes. Several. But I just can't get in the mood to fly them. They're just too messy. I did that for, 40 years. And now that we've got electric and these things are, I can fly for 28 minutes on an electric motor and don't have to wipe all the fuel off of it when I'm done. It's kind of a no-brainer. I'm very excited about the electric, and it just keeps getting better. The batteries get better. The engines get more efficient. They're learning these jet fans to make them more efficient. Throttle management. You guys were talking the other day on somebody's show. I forget whose show we were in about the amp draw and stuff. I think it was Dave's show last night, wasn't it? you guys that are familiar with FreeSky, I can put an amp meter in the plane and it'll tell me what the amp draw is. So I'm going to do that next. I'm going to show you guys how much amp draw there is at full throttle and then like 40% throttle. And we'll be able to see the amp meter, and then she'll call it out too, verbally. Um, it's going to give you guys an idea that the speed difference between full throttle and 40% is negligible, unbelievable. Especially like my Yak 130. I mean, it goes about 70, maybe 80. That's all the faster it goes. Full throttle, quarter throttle. That's all the faster it goes. Um, if I want to go vertical, I throttle up because I need the extra torque, to go vertical. So I'll throttle up to go up, but just cruising level flight doesn't go any faster at wide open throttle than it does at quarter throttle. So, it's what do they call it? Terminal velocity. Once you hit that wall, you're there. I mean, it just takes so much more power to go past that. You can't do it. I mean, not. I mean, anything can be done, but not efficiently, affordably. Yeah, Bill, that's true. And nitro fuel's gone way up, and I was buying it. I used to be a Byron fuel dealer, and I was buying all Byron fuel because they make the best fuel. And I think I was paying like $19 a gallon back then, 17, $19, and now it's like $40 or $50. Ugh. Yeah, that sucks. So yeah, I'm sold on this new electric stuff now. I mean, with the new foam planes, the shit just keeps getting better. Every time they make more planes, they're prettier than the last batch. They put more detail on them. They build them better, better construction designs, because they're learning as they're going. And they're adding more carbon fiber where it needs it to make the planes even more stiffer. It just more stiffer. Good English. So yeah, I'm just so excited about the electric that we're in now. It's amazing. The planes are just so much better. The balsa planes years ago, even the guys that were building scale stuff couldn't make one as scale and detailed as the foam planes we're getting right out of the box, with all the all the details. All the inspection covers are molded into the foam and everything. The rivets, everything. It's just it was damn near impossible to get that level of scale back then. Back in the 70s that we have today in foam. So for peanuts, a couple $100. It's just unbelievable. I mean, the planes we're buying today that we fly are pretty enough to just take out of the box, put together, and hang on the wall. I mean, literally, put them on a pedestal and open a RC airplane, museum. And the stuff is beautiful. It's amazing how beautiful this stuff is. And then you can take it out and fly it. It's incredible. Well, it's easy enough to put a port on it. You don't have to pressurize the exhaust. As a matter of fact, I've never pressurized the exhaust on any of my planes. My quarter midgets never even had mufflers on them. It had a baffle plate that when you went to idle, the baffle plate would close off the exhaust almost 99%. And it was super quiet at idle. And at wide open throttle, it was a 15, so it wasn't that loud. It's only a 15. And it didn't have a muffler on it. We didn't need a muffler on it. And then my 40s all had mufflers on them, but I never used the pressure port. I was always a gravity feed. Or a suction. So, yeah, I've never bothered with using pressure off the exhaust. Yeah, even 6 months ago, Bill, we've made so many advancements just in the last 6 months that it's just incredible. I mean, that EC 1500 that they came out with its twin engine with those spiral propellers on it, and I with a 4500 battery, I can fly it for 28 minutes. That's just insane. You know, it's just absolutely insane that I can keep that plane in the air for 28 minutes just cruising around, you know? And normal flight is 14 to 18 minutes usually. That's getting pretty aggressive. But if I want to just cruise like it, it's a it's a cargo plane, you know. So if I fly it like a cargo plane, I can fly it for 28 minutes. So it's just nuts. Yeah, Bill, you're going to need to run a vent, you know, for filling and venting, you know. But that you put a you know you just put a hard copper tubing that bends up to the very top of the tank, and you're good unless you roll it inverted. You know, you won't lose any fuel out of it, very little, and you know it's the way I've always done it. Well, you can. I always used to fill mine. Um, I would leave the vent alone. I never touched the vent. I would take the line off the carburetor and fill it there. And when it came out the vent, I knew it was full. And then I just take the hose and put it back on the carburetor. That's the way I always did it. And I've never had a three line fuel tank. All mine were two line. The vent and the feed line, and the feed line is where I fill it. No, I've Michael's saying that he's got a pump on his. So yeah, if you got a pump, you don't need it pressurized. And yeah, it's just the suction of the motor has always been enough. As long as you've got the tank, middle of the tank in line with the carburetor, it should be fine. Um, I've never had a problem. That's the way I've always flown all my planes in the past. That's the way they were always flown. There might still even be a fuel tank in this plane. Let me look here. Yeah. So there's the fuel tank still in here, and here are the two lines. Okay. And at the moment, I don't know which is which, but this was my Quickie 500, and these are the fuel lines. Just two lines. So, and I just like I said, the feed line goes on the carburetor, and the other one I just leave open. I wouldn't leave it on a hose dangling like this. It would be a short hose right here cut off, or um, I know I wasn't running pressure, so but that's what this line. If you're going to run pressure, do you just use this line? Because if you run a third line, you're still going to have to cap it if you're running pressure. You can't have an open line and a pressure line. There's no pressure if you got an open line. So if you put the third line on there, And the only reason I would need to do that is if I can't get to the carburetor to take that line off for filling, then you would need the third line, you know. But if you can get to the carburetor to pull the line off, then you don't need the third line. So, yeah, my stuff's all old. I don't. The last engines I bought were back in the '70s. I haven't bought an engine since. So, um, what do you mean it would suck all the fuel out, Bill? Right, Michael. Yeah, only if the motor wasn't running and the plane was upside down. Otherwise, it's drawing air, and there's no suction there. It's the vent, and the vent's above the fuel line, so it's just air. So there's no fuel coming out. You want to gas, so you get a bigger balsa plane. How big do you want? And do you have a vehicle to transport it in? Listen, I love big airplanes. Don't get me wrong. I love my big airplanes, but it is a bigger headache to transport it because you have to take it apart. You know, at some point you get big enough that you got to start taking them apart. So, like the P40 that I just put together and my T28, you know, the Carbon Z, I have to pull the wings off of those to put them in the car. And it's not a huge deal, but you know, it's another step. And if you get too big, you're going to have to do more than just take the wing off. You're going to have to take the wing off and take it apart because it'll be too long. You know, I'm at my limit now, pretty much. You know, I've got an 8-foot bed in the back of the wagon, so if I get a wingspan bigger than 8 feet, then I can't close the gate. So now the wing's got to come apart. On top of coming off the plane, it's got to come apart. So, when you get to the field, it's just more stuff you got to put together to justify the plane. No, my plane's never leaked any fuel. I always put the see everything I had gas was tail dragger. Okay, so the fuel tank is sitting at this angle, right? You know, this is the front of the plane here. The tank's in the plane this way, tilted backwards. I would put the hard air tube, the vent tube, right here in the front of the tank. Okay, so it's in air, and then you know, of course, when you nose it up, it might drip a little fuel just for you know until the engine runs for 30 seconds, and you'll suck enough fuel out of it to get that completely below the air tube, and then after that, it's not going to leak anymore. You know, unless you're in a dive, inverted, you know. Um, but yeah, it's not a problem. It was never a problem for me. I never had planes that were leaking fuel or anything. So okay. So, but you're still gonna take the wing off, Bill. You can't put it in there in one piece. You know, I don't care how big your cargo van is. It ain't that big. I mean, if you're gonna buy a big airplane, you're gonna take it apart. So I don't know if you've watched these guys. They show up with these giant jets or whatever, and they have to take the wing out in 3 sections, and the fuselage comes out in 2 sections, and they spend over an hour just assembling the airplane so they can fly it. You know, um, it's I don't know. I haven't gotten to that point yet that it would be worth my while. Right now, I'm okay with just having to take the wing off. That works. I'm okay with that. I don't mind taking the wing off. It's only 2 screws or 4 screws, and a couple plugs, or one plug if you're using the FMS system. So yeah, I'm okay with that. If I had to start taking the wings apart, the fuselage apart, and have to reassemble it and bolt it back together and stuff, yeah, that now I don't think it's going to be fun to fly it. It's too much work to put it together and take it apart. And I don't think it would be any fun to fly it. So I don't know. Unless I was in some kind of major competition, I don't see me doing that. Just I like getting to the field and being able to take the planes out in one piece, and just fly them. Now, like I said, I've got a couple planes I have to take the wing off of, and it's not a problem. But if I had to start disassembling the fuselage and the wing, besides just taking them apart, I think that would get old. Yeah, no, that's what I have. It's a 90-inch wingspan on the two planes. Um, so yeah, I can, you know, that's about I don't know, what is that, 7'6" or something, 90 inches. Um, so yeah, it fits in the wagon. The wagon's got an 8-foot bed, so it fits in there. I mean, it's not like you know frog hair close, but it's close. I mean, it takes up the whole length, but it works. So yeah, 90 inches, I'm good. You know, so the two planes that I have that are that big fit in there just fine with just taking the wing off is all I have to do. I don't have to do anything else. Just take the wing off. Put the planes in the car, go fly them. And I'm okay with that. Like I was saying, if I had to unbolt the fuselage, because it was so long that it wouldn't fit, or and the airliner will fit. I don't even have to take the airliner apart. If I bought one of the airliners, it will fit. So I don't have to, same thing. Just take the wings off and put it in the car, and I'm good. Um, Lee's back. Yep, of course we're still going, Lee. What'd you think? It's only 1:30. We're way early. This is the marathon show, man. We're not quitting at 1:30. Maybe 2, but not 1:30. I was going to convert my quarter midget to electric. I still might convert this to electric because I actually have a hatch here. So I can take the hatch off and take the fuel tank out and make that the battery compartment on this. So I might do that. But the quarter midget, I don't have access to the fuel tank. So I'm going to have to cut the model up and I'm not sure I want to do that. So we'll see. I'll have to make that determination before I cover it. Before I do the recover. But I don't mind flying it on gas actually, but I might have to take the fuel tank out anyway. I mean, it's been 40 years. The hose inside the tank might be rotted, so I might have to replace those hoses. So if I have to get in there to do that, um, and it requires any real cutting, then I might just turn it into electric. I don't know. We'll see. But this one's got a hatch, so I can get into this tank. I don't remember having an access to the tank on the quarter midget. I don't remember. So I'll have to look at it. Yeah, I have a trailer, Paul. I bought a trailer back in '05, I think it was. Now, at the time I bought it really just to store my lawnmower. I bought a brand new riding lawnmower, and I didn't want to put it. I didn't have room for it in the garage, and I didn't want to put it outside anywhere. And I thought, well, why not just buy a trailer and use it as the garage? When I'm done cutting the grass, I just drive it up inside the trailer and leave it in the trailer. And then if I want to take it somewhere, I can. And I'm sure I could use the trailer for other things like RC airplanes. So that was the original plan. So I bought the trailer, and that's what I did. But then I bought a bigger mower, and it won't fit in the trailer. It's got a 61-inch cutting deck, and it's no way fitting in the trailer. So so now the trailer's just RC airplane and whatever else. Right now, it's a moving van. I've got pegboard on the walls and a bunch of RC stuff. Like I got a whole section of Dubro hanging on the wall, and a whole section of RC10 electric car stuff on the wall, and all the stuff that was still hanging in the hobby shop when I closed it. I just brought the pegboard out, screwed it into the trailer, and hung everything back up. But right now, the trailer, when I moved here, I filled the trailer with stuff from the other house, and I don't have room for it here, so it's still in the trailer. And when we get the garage built, I'll be able to empty the trailer and then go back to using it for taking airplanes to the flying field. I did use it once for that. I did go to the flying field once with... how many planes did I take? For sure 8. I think there were a couple on the floor. I think I put one rack with 8 planes in the rack in the trailer, and then a couple of planes on the floor. So I think I had 8 or 10 airplanes in the trailer when I went that day. I didn't have anything hanging on the walls or anything yet. And I'm still debating how I want to do that. But I may set it up where I've got planes like hanging on the walls or in racks on the wall. I don't know yet. I haven't figured that out yet. No, I have that trailer too, Lee. I have a 28-foot race trailer as well. That's full of stuff too. Um, but I don't have anything to. My car will pull it. My car won't carry the tongue weight of it. This is a beast. This trailer is a beast. It's freaking solid steel. It weighs a ton. I brought it home with the car, no problem, empty. Um, and if it's full of airplanes, it's still empty. Airplanes don't weigh anything. Um, the car's got plenty of torque to pull it. It just can't handle the tongue weight. The way the trailer's set up, the tongue weight's way too heavy for the car. So, it's gonna crush the suspension in the back. So I'm gonna have to get a truck to pull that trailer if I turn that into my hobby trailer. So, and there's a possibility I might do that. I don't know yet. But right now, both trailers are full of stuff from the house, the other house. So, I've got a giant projection television. I think the screen is, I think it's 128 inches. It's a front projection television. It's old, but it's cool. And so that's in the trailer, that big screen and the projector. which the projector doubles as a coffee table. Sits in front, of the screen, but it's low, so you could easily put a piece of glass on it and then put drinks or whatever on it. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet. It's not gonna go in the house. It's not gonna go in the I don't think it's going in the garage. If I put it in the garage, it might be in the actual garage. So if we're having like a car party, working on cars out in the garage, not in the man cave, I might set it up where I could we could watch television out in the garage on that projection TV. So we'll see. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, but we'll see. I don't need a Kenworth. I don't need. It's only a 28-foot trailer. I don't need a Kenworth. Half-ton, three-quarter-ton pickup truck will get the job done. I have airbags on the Impala. I can make it work. I just don't want to. I don't want to load the car that heavy. It's just too big a trailer. I brought it home with it. It pulled it down the road just fine, but the back end was laying pretty low. So putting airbags in the springs in the back or air shocks and jacking it back up is not a problem. And the car's got 330 foot-pounds of torque, so there's no problem pulling the trailer. I just, I would rather not use the car. I think a truck would be a better idea for that setup. Now the little trailer is 14 foot, and the car pulls that fine, tongue weight and all, no problem. That's an easy pull. So once I get the garage built and get all the stuff out of these two trailers, I'm gonna have two big empty trailers. We gotta use them for something. So, yeah, that's the plan. Right, Michael, and that's exactly how I'd want to do mine. I'd make the front half, living quarters, so I could use it as a camper, and the back half would be, either, well, I autocrossed my Impala, so there wouldn't be any back half. But if I went to a small car to autocross, I could put the car in the back and the living quarters in the front. And if I'm just going to put RC airplanes in the back, that's easy, and the living quarters in the front. So, yeah, but you're also hauling 4 race bikes, not 12 foam airplanes. The big weight difference. Yeah, but yeah. So I have some options. I've got two enclosed trailers that I could use. Both are ramps, so they can double as car haulers or bike haulers or whatever. They're both ramp trailers. So we'll see. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with those yet. We'll figure something out. Like I said, I did go to I brought my air conditioner for the trailer and everything. I had the generator. I brought the generator out and hooked it up and had power in the trailer. And, it was it was a big 4th of July event at my field, at the field I fly at. And so I took the whole rig that day with all the airplanes in it. And, it worked out great. The only problem I had was I had a 100-foot extension cord. And so I could put the generator way far away because it's a big generator to run the air conditioner, and I didn't want to listen to the exhaust. Well, running a 110 line that far was not a good idea. So now I'm going to run a 220 line, so I can run 220 from the generator to the trailer, and then cut it down to 110 in an electrical box inside the trailer. And that way, if I'm not flying airplanes and I need to take my welders with me, I'll have 220 in the trailer to operate the welders. So, um, so yeah, I'm gonna change that up. And that's either trailer, the little one or the big one. So that the next time I do it, I'll have a 220 line running the 100 feet out, so I can park the big generator far away to run the air conditioning. And yeah, you know, the main reason I want the truck, if I was just going to my field, I could pull it with the car no problem. But I'm thinking about going to like Jet Jam up in Indiana, which is probably not going to happen this year, but next year. Um, so if I'm going to haul it that far, I want something that can haul it more comfortably, better than my car. So that's why I want the truck, and because I plan on going to some events. I was planning on going to a lot of events this year, which ain't going to happen now, but next year. So Joe Knoll, probably Knoll in the fall. I don't think I'll go to Joe Knoll because if I go, I want to fly, and I don't want to fly at Joe Knoll. It's too busy. There's just too many people there, too crazy, too many rules. I mean, basically on the main flight line, all you're allowed to do is fly a left-hand circle pattern. That's all you're allowed to do. Because there's so many planes in the air. To avoid mid-airs and stuff. You're not going to be out there doing figure eights or, dragging my wingtip on the runway as I'm doing tight circles or any. You can't do any of that. So, but I think at Knoll in the fall you can, because it's not near as busy. So, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure, I know Knoll, I'm pretty sure at the regular Joe Knoll you can't do anything but fly a left-hand pattern. So, I just don't see that being worth going to fly at. I might go to watch, but it just doesn't sound like it's going to be much fun to fly at it. I really don't want to go to those big events. That's why I want to go to the Jet show up there in Indiana, but that show's probably going to get bigger every year as well. And so is the one down here that I went to in February. That year it tripled in size from last year, this year, and it'll probably triple again next year. They only had 16 pilots last year. I think there were 49 or 51 this year. So, seeing over 100 next year is not a stretch. I'm guessing it'll probably be over 100 next year. So, it's a good show. I had a good time. Lost an airplane, but I had a good time. Lee, you have 750 videos up? Really? Wow. Damn, dude. That's awesome. All right, Lee. We'll probably see you tomorrow night in Dave's show. If you're in and if Dave's doing a show. So, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, buddy. So still 12 guys in here and nobody chatting. Anything you guys want to see? I'm taking requests. More cars, more planes. I got a new receiver in I was going to bind to my radio. We could try that. I got one of those stabilization receivers from Free Skies, first one I've ever gotten, and I haven't tried it yet. All right, Wild Bill. Have a good night, buddy. We'll talk to you later. So I read online that my eyelids. They were saying online that because Free Skies pissed off at Jumper, that they changed the protocol on the new radio stuff so that it wouldn't be compatible with Jumper. Um, oh, you're gonna order that the LX810, Honey Chuck? Are you? I wouldn't order it unless you're getting a screaming deal on it. I wouldn't order it. You're gonna have to put too much money into it to make it a decent airplane. Well, a good airplane. It's a good airplane once you put a lot of money in it. But if you pay for it and then have to put a lot of money in it, it's not worth it. So I wouldn't do it. Yeah, this year's Null in the Fall is probably going to be very busy because the Joe Null was canceled. So if they have a Null in the Fall this year, it probably will be very busy. Yeah, my radio has access protocol on it, but they changed it again. I mean, supposedly, um, oh, awesome, dude, that's fantastic. So I can tell you how to I can show you what I did to put landing gear in that thing. I put the FMS gear in it, and I just used. I went to Walmart and bought a couple of bags of hobby hardwood. Um, and I ran rails. I had to stack the wood, I think, three high on each side, and not all the same size. There was like a bigger piece and then a slightly smaller piece, two of those on both sides, or the other way around. Maybe it was the small ones first, then the big ones. I have to look at it. Um, so that I had a stack high enough to get the retract to lay down in it, below it at level, screw it in, and then the gear would rotate up. So yeah, I have a great system for putting the FMS gear in that plane. You don't want to put the factory gear in it because it's crap, total crap. It might work on a paved runway, might, but that's it. It ain't gonna work anywhere else. It's all plastic. It's crap. It's all plastic gear, and it's not screwed into anything. It's just glued to the foam, with contact cement, and they glued it to the painted foam. So mine just pulled out of the plane on takeoff roll. As I'm taking off, it just tore it out of the and it was dangling by the wire. And I had the gear on the table here a minute ago. What did I do with it? I just had it on the table. It's laying right here somewhere. Here it is. So this is the nose gear for the 810. And I can bring it close to the camera if you want me to. But it's all plastic. It's got a tiny ass little wheel on it. I mean tiny. It's only like an inch and a half. If that. There's no place to screw it to anything. This is a flat plastic surface right here and here that they glue into the airplane, right to the foam. And they didn't bother to take the paint off the foam. They glued right to the paint. So it just pulled right off, just rolling down the runway on the grass. It just pulled right out of the plane. And the next thing I know, it's doing this on the front of the airplane as I'm flying. Okay? I got this pendulum thing going. So, Okay, so I'll take some detailed pictures of how I put the FMS gear in mine, and I'll send them to you, and then you can use that as a reference. It worked out beautiful. Listen to this. It worked out so good. I went long on one of my landings, and the plane rolled onto our access road in the driveway, which is mostly kind of sand. So the plane rolled off the end of the runway into the sand and stopped abruptly. It ripped the landing gear out of the wood. But when I mean it ripped the landing gear out of the wood, I mean the wood stayed in place and the screws stayed in the wood. It ripped the landing gear through the screw heads. That's how well the wood is in that plane and how well the screws were biting into the wood, that it literally tore holes in the landing gear as it pulled it out of the screws. So it's in there. It worked out beautiful. It works perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Just text me your email address. I'll take some pictures of it and I'll send them to you. Just order the FMS gear. You know, the mains and you're going to spend $188 in landing gear. But since you only spent $60 on the airframe, you're good. That's perfect. It flies amazing. It's a great flying airplane. A couple other things you're going to need to do, because the way the canopy goes on, because it has an ejection system in it, so that you can eject the pilot and the canopy together, you're going to have to add magnets to the front of the plane. Because the magnets there's only one magnet, and it's strong enough, as long as it won't fly off in flight. It flies off when you start bouncing down a grass runway. It'll start bouncing hard enough on the runway to eject the canopy. So the next thing you know, the canopy comes off with the pilot out, and you're taking off with no pilot, no canopy, and it looks terrible in the sky. Flies fine that way, but it looks terrible. So I'm going to add more magnets so the damn thing will stay on. And then there's a trapeze kind of setup in the front that when you hit the switch, the servo goes like this, and it kicks the canopy off from the front. And then the wind takes it and blows it off. Out goes the pilot. Out goes the parachute. And then the parachute brings the pilot and the canopy, because the canopy's tied to the pilot's foot. And the pilot, it'll come down with him. So it all comes out as an assembly and comes down on the parachute. So you just need to add some magnets to the front of that. I did something really cool with the gun on the front. That came out really nice. It's the gun on the LX model is foam, and it's pretty crappy. So what I did was I didn't cut it off because it's got a light in it. And it's another thing LX does. They like to put a colored LED in there that flashes, and it flashes like 12 colors. It goes from purple, orange, red, green, blue, aqua, and it flashes different speeds, and it changes colors. So it's kind of cute. I mean, it's on there. So what I did was I didn't cut it off. I just shaved it down so that it was bare white foam, and you have to shave it down pretty small, almost to the size of the LED. But what happens then is you can buy the FMS hard plastic gun and glue it to the front. And I made it so it perfectly slid right over the foam. Okay? And I did that for a reason. So it slides over the foam. I drill a hole in the middle of the plastic gun so that when you're looking straight on, you can see the light. Okay? But also now that since I shaved it and I took all the paint off so it would fit inside the FMS gun, the light glows through the white foam, right? So now the gun barrels have cooling holes in each barrel, on the side. Well, now that light glows through the sides as well. So now when you look at the light flashing, it's flashing through the cooling hole vent holes on the side and the center hole in the middle. And it looks kind of cool like that. The way it lights up is pretty neat. So it was worth taking the extra time to shave that down and slide the gun over it. Plus, it helps give you some more stability on the gun when you glue it on. And then I just glued it to the face of the rest of the gun. So it looks great that way. The detail's much better on the plastic gun. And now the light glows through the cooling holes and the front. So it worked out really good. I'll send you pictures of that too. Um, what other things do you have to be aware of? That's pretty much it. Um, yeah, other than that, it builds good, flies great, looks great. The wings are gonna when you're flying, the wings are gonna do this, especially if you're putting some G load on it. I've never broken a wing. It's but you can see them flexing, so be aware of that. I've done loops and everything with the plane, and it's not, I haven't lost the wing or anything. Um, they seem to engineer their stuff pretty good as far as that goes. Even though it's flexing, you know, it doesn't break. So you should be okay. Um, Listen, I've taken them both to the field at the same time. The FMS one and the LX one. The LX one flies better. It definitely it's way lighter, way lighter. So the wing loading's way lighter. So it just flies better. You know, I'm not killing the FMS one. It flies good too, but the LX one flies better. You might think about what fan units you're going to put in it. I wouldn't put the LX fans in it. Get the FMS fans. Put those in it. Yeah, it's kind of a modeler's kit for sure. All the LX stuff is. I mean, they just, it's such a shame. They do such a good job of making the stuff look good. The detail they put on the foam and everything. Um, it's not all bad. It's just a shame they don't take it that one step further to really make it a quality product. Like this crap. I don't know where they came up with this crap, but this is definitely smooth pavement only. This piece of shit. And and it's not even screwed into wood or anything. It's just glued to the foam. What were they thinking? Oh, perfect. You already got the fans. Good job. Yeah, when I ordered the plane, I had no idea it had plastic landing gear in it. When I got here and I looked at it, I was like, are you kidding me? I said, Christ, that's never going to work. Well, hell, it didn't even make the first maiden takeoff, and this came out. So, yeah, it didn't work at all. Yeah, Paul, Ryan's working on his trucks during my show. Right now. Aren't you, Ryan? Ryan's gone truck crazy. Yeah, I tend to work on my planes during everybody else's show. Honestly. A lot of nights I'm working on uh, planes, especially Friday nights, because I'm last minute Larry every time. I'm always farting around with a plane I want to fly tomorrow, Friday night. Instead of having everything already done, Friday night I'm pressing to get an airplane ready that I want to fly tomorrow, and it ain't ready. It happens all the time. I should just go pick another airplane so that I can go to bed, get my batteries charged, go to bed, and get up early, go fly. But no, that never happens. So, 11 people. It's 2 o'clock. It's pretty quiet in here, guys. Are we calling this? You know, you guys aren't being very chatty. What's a savage, honey Chuck? Is that a truck? Sounds like a truck. Gotten a couple of notifications. I'm just making sure it's not from one of you guys. HPI. Never heard of them. Unless I'm sure I've heard of the whatever the abbreviation comes out to, but HPI isn't ringing a bell with me. All right, Brian. Have a good night, buddy. Yeah, don't worry about the auto spell, guys. I get it. Uh, what did you say you're flying tomorrow, Paul? Did I miss it? Oh, the Fury. I gotcha. You're putting lights in the Fury, and yeah, damn, I just read that too. Um, yeah, I've only seen. I don't think I've ever seen one in person. That Fury. I saw one still in the box. I saw the box. I didn't see the actual plane. Um, it was old stock at a hobby shop, and yeah, I had never heard of the plane until I saw it there on the shelf, and I'm like, wow, because they'd come out with a newer version of that and had already discontinued it. The Fury. It was a small one, like a UMX Fury, and so Paul, the only real issue here's what you got to watch out for. So I'll give you a little heads up. Okay, the controls are going to be much more sensitive because the plane's a lot faster. I don't know what you were flying before, but generally speaking, you know, your planes before were probably only topping out at 50, 60 miles an hour maybe, and the jet's going to be landing at those speeds, so it's going to be moving faster. Victor, have a good night, buddy. Take care. So the plane's going to be moving faster, which is going to make the controls more sensitive. So either tone them down a little bit, maybe put some expo in them. Your call. You decide. You know you better than I do. Just be aware. And then it's going to be landing a lot faster. Okay? Generally speaking, at 40 mile an hour is going to be minimum on landing speed. If it slows down more than that, it'll probably tip stall. So, so things are going to happen much faster with the jet. No, I haven't flown that one, Paul. That's why I'm giving you some heads up because I don't know what to expect on it. I haven't flown that one, but just in general, you know, I've got way more jets than I ever wanted. You know, so I've got the Avanti, the Havoc, the FMS Futura, F4 Phantom, the F-22, um, the Yak 130. Um, the I've got two 810 Warthogs. I've got a 262. The Dynam 262. Um, I think I'm forgetting one. And the T33. So yeah. So I never wanted that many jets. Um, so just from flying all these jets, I can tell you how it's going to be pretty fast, and just be aware of that. I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know if you flew Warbirds or High Wings, or I don't know what you're flying before, but just be prepared that things are going to happen a lot faster with the jet. And when you get it in trouble, that's going to happen faster too. Just in case. They're doing a Motion RC, what, a free wing? Oh, a free wing walkthrough of the factory tomorrow at noon? Oh, that's cool. Thanks for the heads up on that, Paul. That's great. I'll definitely. I usually watch the show anyway, but now I'm definitely going to make sure I'm watching the show because I'd like to see that. I love those factory tours. My favorite is the HSD tour. When they did a show on the foamy jet, the turbine foamy jet. and they did a tour of the factory where they were showing that off, and that was very cool. Um, so yeah, we'll have to watch that tomorrow. So thank you, Paul. Definitely gonna watch that tomorrow. All right, Victor. We'll see you at the show tomorrow live if you're still here. I don't know if you've already called it, but well, I don't think Paul. I'll tell you, the 4S, honestly, all that's going to do is reduce your flight time. Uh, it's you're probably going to be running it near wide open just to get it flying at its terminal velocity speed. Whereas if it was a 6 cell, you'd still be probably flying it at 40% throttle. And that's why you're going to have short flight time with 4S. Um, all right, Victor. Cool. Yeah, we'll see you at the live show tomorrow. I'll be there. Um, so being 4S, you're not going to see a tremendous speed difference. I doubt. That's a slick airplane, so it'll probably achieve, what I call terminal velocity, where it's going to go as fast as it's going to go, without a lot more power, and it'll probably do it at being 4S. It'll probably do it at about 3/4 throttle. If it was 6 cell, it'd be doing it at 1/3 to 40% throttle. Um, so it should be pretty fast. It's a jet. Now the gear are going to slow it down for sure. Um, just but it's still going to be pretty fast. So just be aware. Controls are going to be much snappier. Just because of the speed. The faster you go, the more sensitive the controls are. So that's all. I don't suspect it's going to fly bad. I haven't seen it fly, but you know pretty much everything comes out of Horizon flies pretty damn good. So I wouldn't worry. It's probably going to fly good. I don't think you'll get in trouble with it. You're probably going to be all right. But just like I said, just make sure you're ready for the extra sensitive control surfaces and how fast it's going to land. Because it's going to be, these guys that want to go from an apprentice to a jet, I tell them, do you realize that you're going to be landing the jet at the speed that you were flying the apprentice? Okay? So how fast do you think the jet's going to be when you're flying it compared to the apprentice? It's almost 3 times faster. Okay? So shit happens quick. So when you get in trouble with the apprentice, you've got time to, figure it out. You ain't got time with the jet. By the time you're thinking about figuring it out, it's already in the ground. So I'll be honest with you guys. I'm pretty much done with jets. I've got 2 fan units here that I might buy plus versions of airplanes to put these fan units in, but other than that, I'm not buying any more jets. The jets just aren't that fun. I don't think. Don't get me wrong, they're fun. But when you weigh out the price of the batteries, how fast you're going through the batteries, because they don't last long when you're flying them in jets. I fly 6 cell packs in my Warbird, my Mustang, for 4 or 5 years. You're lucky to get 6 months to a year out of a jetpack before you've killed it, because it's just too much load on it. It just kills it. So, between that and the price of the batteries, and it's just overrated. I have much more fun with my other planes than the jet. So, my Yak is awesome. I love that thing. It sounds so good. It looks so good in the air. It flies on rails. It's just the best flying jet. It's got the greatest suspension in it. Honest to God, if that plane was the price of the Avanti, that would be the #1 airplane by far. because the landing gear is even better on the yak, on the big yak, the 90 millimeter yak, than the Avanti gear. It's just unbelievable. It's sprung perfectly. It's not. They're not locked at the top of the extension and you're waiting to compress them. They're right in the middle. So the plane's floating on the gear. It goes up and down on the gear. And it handles it perfect. It's just amazing. And it's such a good airplane. I can't even begin to tell you. It flies amazing. It looks amazing. It sounds the most jet sound I've ever heard in any of the jets. It just has a sound to it that is just spot on. It sounds like a real jet. Especially when you're coming by at 40% throttle. The whistle sound it makes as it goes by. You hear the pitch growing until it goes by, and then it starts going back down. The whooshy sound, it just sounds so much like a real jet. It's unbelievable. What happened to your F-22, Victor? Yeah, if you can get your hands on one, Victor, get it. The 90 millimeter yak is incredible. The detail on it, the suspension on it, the landing gear looks so damn scale. It's unbelievable. The gear doors, the way they open smoothly, and then half the gear doors close after the gear comes down. Where the doors are blocked by the struts stay open, and the rest of the doors close. Then they all open again, and then the gear goes up, and then all the doors close, and it's just it's got a speed brake on the back. It's just awesome. The plane is awesome. It flies amazing. It looks amazing. It sounds amazing. It's just an awesome airplane. I bought two of them, and I'm so glad I did. Because I'm not. It's as far as jets go. That's the jet. That's just the damn jet. If you want speed, it's not the jet. It's not that fast. It's not 140 mile an hour fast. It probably goes 90, maybe 95 at top speed. Cruise speed 80, 75, 80. Flies for about on a 5,000 pack. Probably flies about 6 minutes if you're cruising. Now it's an 8S, so you need two battery packs. But with a 5,000 pack in there, you get 6 minutes. If you're cruising. If you push it harder, you're of course less time. But pushing it harder doesn't make it go any faster. You can do more vertical stuff. So if you want to do a lot of loops and split S's and Cuban 8s and stuff like that, then it's going to eat the battery faster. But if you just pull it back and just let it cruise, and do nice shallow turns to keep the load off of it, you can get six minutes out of it pretty easy with that, with two 5,000 packs. So, but it's a beautiful flying. It's made by Freewing, but they discontinued it. It was originally made by Ready to Fly. Years ago. The plane's been around for about 6 or 7 years. Ready to Fly came out with it. Apparently, Freewing either bought Ready to Fly or merged with Ready to Fly or bought that mold and airplanes from Ready to Fly. I don't know what the deal was, but it became Ready to Fly and Motion carried it. And they just sold out of them like 2 months, 3 months ago. They did a closeout. They wanted them out of the inventory. I bought two in the scratch and dent section. Neither one of them were scratched and dented. The one was supposedly missing. The one was supposedly that the retracts didn't work, and they worked fine. So it was in the scratch and dent for the wrong reasons because there was nothing wrong with the retracts. Um, I did have an issue with a flap that wouldn't go down, but all I did was move the plug from one setup on the controller board to another, and that cured that, and it's working fine. And then the second one was supposed to be missing the light control board, is what they said, um, and the fan unit because it was a plus version. It was not missing the light controller that they were saying it was in it. It was missing the whole big blue box that does everything, controls it. That's what it was missing. And they didn't. They showed the little regular little just landing gear light box is what they showed was missing, but they lied. That's not what was missing. It was the whole big box. But I got great deals on both planes. I'm not complaining. Just glad to have them. And then I went ahead and bought an extra set of landing gear, two extra canopies, one full cockpit, one extra nose cone, and I think that's it for the extra parts that I bought. And oh, I can promise you it's faster than the Yak, Victor. My Yak's not fast. I don't consider it fast, but it's just so scale in the air. Oh my God. Because the real Yak doesn't have an afterburner, so it's a subsonic plane anyway. So technically, it probably flies pretty close to scale speed. You know, it's a subsonic plane. Never had an afterburner in it. Um, yeah, it's just not that kind of airplane. So I'd say it's very scale. You know, the speed it goes, which is in the 80 to 90 mile range, is very scale for that plane. It's probably all the faster the real one would go scale wise. So yeah, but I mean, the first time I flew it, I mean, it was just on rails. You know, I took off, stuck the gear up, and when I started my bank to the left, it didn't try to nose, no nose drop and start heading down. It just held the turn beautifully, and yeah, it was just amazing. You know, it really, really is. You know, it's got the landing lights on the landing gear, which when you're coming into land, you see the three white lights. You know, so you know the gear's down. It's they're almost blinding. If you're flying it at dusk, you can lose orientation of the airplane as far as wing rock because the lights are so blinding. You can't see the wings past the landing lights. So that gets a little tricky. You just got to really look at the lights and make sure the lights are level because you can't see the wings. If it's dark enough, the lights overpower your vision and you can't see the wings. So you just got to fly by the lights. So, but yeah, what an awesome airplane. God, I love that thing. I'm so glad I bought it. I mean, I really am. It's awesome. Paul, is it the same airplane you guys are passing around, or you all had Furies? Yeah, Victor, that F4 hauls ass, especially on 8S. The Yak does not. It's not fast. You know, it's fast for an airplane, but an EDF jet, it's not fast. I know, it's pretty cool, isn't it? That's why I wanted to do a little show and tell tonight to show you what cool stuff I have, because these are the kind of things because it's RC. Because if it's RC, I own it, and it's toy grade, but it's awesome. I mean, look at the shine on this thing. The paint on it is awesome. It's so scale looking. They lowered it so it looks way better than a regular Camaro, a real one, because it's the stance of this this car being lowered and raked front because the back wheels are enormous. Is just awesome. It's beautiful. Love this I love this airplane. Love this car. I love it. Absolutely love it. Um, the Chevy dealership down the road from me here. I had this car before they had a real one in stock. So I happen to know the parts manager there. Oh no, I'm sorry, the body shop manager there. And he called me and told me they were delivering a brand new Camaro. And it happened to be this color. And maybe I should bring my radio control one down for the unveiling, for the delivery. And I said, okay. So I showed up down there, and we're all waiting for them to roll his new car around. And in the meantime, I pulled this out, and I'm driving around the parking lot, and everybody's just going nuts over it because, the car was, the real car was brand new. This first car they sold. And here I am driving a giant radio control version of it around the parking lot, and it was even the same, cherry red. So it was a good day. We had a lot of fun. Everybody loved the car, and it was fun. So, but yeah, when let's see, this is a Jado. So it came out at Walmart right at Christmas time that year, and I just jumped on it. I had to have it. I didn't waste any time. And I'm not. This looks so much better than the real car, because I wasn't a big fan of the real car. I didn't like the stance. The car sits too high. They don't have the wheels tucked down inside the fender wells like they are on this. There were a lot of things about the car I didn't like. Still don't like. I like the package. I mean, it's got a nice engine in it. It's fast. It handles good. It's a good package car. But the overall looks of the real one I didn't like. But this, holy shit. The way they've got the stance and the wheels and everything, I was like, oh my god, this is gorgeous. So yeah, I didn't even bat an eye. I just bought it. That was the end of that. And then I've got. Did you see the other cars I have, Paul? Were you here in the beginning when I had the other cars out, or did you miss all that? It's probably not going to work, Victor, but I'll try it. I never have any luck opening links in my chat. I can open links in other people's chats when I'm watching on somebody else's show, but mine, every time I try to open a link, it never opens. I get the 404 error message, whatever 404 means. Could not find whatever. It never works. And this one doesn't look like it's working either. It's just searching, little wheels going round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and... Yeah, it's just doing the roundy, roundy, round. And then I'm going to get the 404 can't find page message. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, it's not opening. Let me try something else. Maybe this will work. Jesus. This is ridiculous. Well, it looks like... Oh, maybe that's what it was. I was going to say it looks like I've got... No, I do have 3. Oh, well, that's... Come on. Yeah, snap. Something went wrong. Come on, computer. Jesus. Crap. I just don't get it. Man, it just does not want to open another window. No matter what I do, it will not open it. Son of a bitch. Finally. Jeez. Just trying to get YouTube open so I can put that link in and see if it'll open it that way. Because I can't just click the link. It just will not let that happen. Oh, God, come on. Wow. It's ridiculous. Alright, I give up. It's just not going to work. Don't know why, but it just does not want to work. Gonna fly all the way to the crash, yeah. All right, Jerry. Have a good night, buddy. Well, that's good, Paul. It sounds like it's well built. You know, if it can survive an overshoot, that's good. Yeah, my overshoot with the A10 was the wind shifted. I didn't, it switched 180 degrees. I took off, the wind was going this way, and then coming in, I was going that way to go with the wind, into the wind, and it was downwind. So, man, as soon as I made my downwind turn and started in, I was committed to the landing, and I'm like, oh, this is not going to be good. I could tell the plane wasn't slowing down at all. So, beautiful touchdown, got down the ground, beautiful, but it just rolled off the end, and when it did, it just yanked the nose gear out of the front of the plane, and I mean, when I said it yanked the nose out, I couldn't believe it pulled the screws right through the mounting plate of the FMS gear. It's like, holy crap. So, yeah, my wood install worked perfect. I'm very happy with that. Very rugged. Definitely no problems there. Oh, okay. So you saw the cars then, Paul. Good. Yeah. Yeah, I think Chuck was the first guy in, and you were second. So it's hard to remember. Jesus, we had it 40. I think we made it to 42 at one point. Thank you for the like, whoever just did that. Thank you, appreciate that. Um, yeah, I don't remember exactly, but it was and it rolled in fast. I mean, it started counting up quick. Usually, it takes a little bit of time to get into the 40s, and man, it just happened tonight. So that was cool. Now, how many were you guys watching this new guy, Phone Boy? Phone Boy RC or something? I guess he's got a show on before mine now on Thursday night. I don't know who he is. I think it was. I think George Watts told us there's a guy on, and he was giving a little shout out. So I don't know who he is. Thank you, Paul. Um, Listen, I appreciate that very much, and I at first, I thought I had a pretty good show. I try to keep you guys entertained. I've got so much knowledge in this hobby for 47 years that I try to keep it interesting and show you new stuff, and hopefully I'm gonna be able to start showing you some new airplanes. Current stuff instead of old stuff. That's the plan anyway. Um, but I've been watching other guys' shows struggling, and you know they don't have the content because they don't have the experience, like, and I love Ethan. He's a great kid, nice kid, but he never really has a show planned. He doesn't know what he's going to talk about. He's been in the whole hobby like 10 minutes, so he just doesn't have much to bring. And he's a good kid. I like him, but there's just not a lot of content in the show. And then he gets depressed that he doesn't have anything to talk about. Well, dude, why did you start doing live streams when you don't have anything to talk about? And I guess he expects us to bring the show to him, and it's got to be a two-way street. I mean, I want to hear what you guys want to, talk about for sure. But I always have a backup plan. I have things I can, I was going to do this with the cars, and I was going to show the, how I fixed the landing gear on the little plane from Hobby King, and talk about it a little bit. And then, if this, if I didn't have anything else to talk about, I was going to go get my radio and do some bench testing stuff, showing how the who was it that was doing the it wasn't Deuces Wild, it was crap, I can't think of it now. Somebody wanted to know how to program the radio, a Free Sky radio, to do differential thrust, because he wanted to do flat spins. So I was going to get into that tonight. We'll bring Raptor Cam down and get it on the radio, and we were going to, do a little programming to show you how to set it up for a differential thrust. And, so I've always got something to bring, always. I mean, I got so many more airplanes I can even bring out, talk about. And, like I say, Ethan starts a chat, and he's been in the hobby 10 minutes. He doesn't have much to talk about. So, but I like him. He's a nice kid. I try to get in the show every night, but and then Josh, I don't know what happened with him. He had, that format he started with was showing everybody else's videos and kind of talking about it with the green screen thing. It was kind of cool, and then he got away from that, and then he got this new job, and I think the new job is just killing him. I think he's working so hard at the new job that he just doesn't have the energy for the show anymore. So, I like Josh. I was kind of sorry to see him go, but I understood totally. I mean, I really do. That new job is killing him. They're working his ass off. And that's fine. I mean, he seems to like it. It's interesting for sure. The 3D printing stuff he's doing with metals. Where they're welding it and, with lasers and stuff. That's cool as shit. So, I get why he wants to keep doing the job. Just because of the coolness of it. It's a cool job. But it's wearing his... he was in a Zoom one night with us. Oh my God. He looked like... both feet were in the grave. He was dead. I mean, just dead, tired, dead. And I says, dude, man, are you okay? I mean, the job's killing you. Yeah, but I like it. And I said, yeah, I get that. So, but anyway, Paul, thank you. I'm putting a secondary to S-Power system on my afterburner. I'm reading between the lines. I get it. You're adding a separate second power system just to power the afterburner, so it can't interfere with the radio and the servos and that stuff. I get it. It's a good idea. Probably not necessary from what I've seen, but still, not a bad idea. Obviously, the plane can handle the extra weight of a second battery pack, a little one. And, yeah. Why the hell not? I'm starting to rethink that one myself after losing the 3 jets I lost. I think I might have lost the T-33 from a radio problem of my own. I didn't know it, but I think possibly. I got to run my bench tests and check, but it is possible that it was a radio failure on my fault. The receiver could have been one of the crashed ones, and it did screw it up, and I didn't have any range. Because after that crash, I range tested it, and I didn't have any range. So, whether I had it before that test. I didn't test it before I flew that plane, but I should have tested it afterwards, and I didn't have any range. So I don't know if that crash killed it or the one before, or a combination of both. The other one knocked it halfway out, and this one finished it off. I don't know. But I'm still going to do the bench test on the jet with an overcharged battery and see if I can reproduce what happened. But we'll see. So, but yeah, I'm kind of jet. I'm over the jet thing. I have more fun with prop planes, so I'm not buying any more jets. I got enough jets to get around for now. So, are you putting a afterburner in the Fury, or have you got another jet in mind? All right, Paul. I'm gonna call it. I'm getting tired. Got another big day tomorrow. Kenny the woodchuck. How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if Kenny could chuck wood? Yeah, I got a big day tomorrow. Cutting trees, burning trees, doing my video on that servo I was talking about earlier. I meant to come out and do that before the show tonight, and I completely forgot about it. Too busy with the trees. So, but I'll definitely get it uploaded tomorrow. I'll come out early and do it, and then upload it. So I'll talk to you guys later. All right, man? Thank you, Paul. You stick with me, man. Appreciate that, the prompts, man. It means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you. So you guys have a good night. Any day now. Come on now. You